Hello everybody. Happy New Year once again for anybody that wasn't here for the last stream. This is our first eBay stream of the new year. Hopefully we find plenty of deals, lots of copies of D, and some good discussion. Frogger the Great Quest to start us off. That's how you know. That's how you know the new year is already off to a good start. Foot guy is back. Still hasn't left us. Just digging that foot up in the photo. Hello RD Zombie. Hello Peppermeat. Hello everybody coming in on the Twitch side. What do we have here? Is this another foot? Another foot. They got some big Crocs on. Looks like they murdered somebody. Look at that. Apparently, Jason Voorhees is listing some games on eBay. Any good PS1 finds? I'll keep my eyes peeled. We'll search PS1 tonight. Just a friendly reminder to pick up your GTA games that you may be curious about playing before GTA 6, because stuff like GTA on Dreamcast will probably see a bit of a price increase as we get closer to the actual release of Grand Theft Auto, if you believe it's going to be coming out on time. Let me know if the music volume is alright tonight too. I'm using a different playlist tonight. If it's too low or loud, just let me know. At any point. Poor Evergrace, no bids. One day it'll have its moment. That moment is not yet. Thanks, Keeper. Thank you for the streak. You played Journey for the first time last night and you ran into someone halfway through. That's exactly the perfect experience. When you say halfway through, what part of the game were you on when you connected to somebody? And did they have a white cape on? Did you take note of like what their cape looked like? Did it have a lot of gold like frill design on it, or was it like just like yours? Because that's how you tell how new the player is. Hello, honey squids. But yeah, running into a new player, like another player in your first playthrough of Journey, this late after the game has come out, it's pretty nice. Send area with the tower right before the underground. Right before the underground. Well, that's a good time to get paired up with somebody. The earliest you can get paired with somebody is the first area you go to where like you have to run into the big ribbons, right? Like you can fly up the ribbon. You got to like activate all the ribbons, and then you go up this big broken bridge, and then you sit down and go through the big door. That's maybe like 20 minutes into the game. So yeah, if you found someone that looks just like you, it was also another new player. Were you able to stick together with them the whole way through the game? Like when you beat the game and it showed you who you played with was just one person's name? Thank you very much, Caleb. Thank you for the 27 months. Thank you, Sanda Gaming. Thank you for the 67. Hello, Damu. Yeah, I'm sure depending on what console you're playing on plays a big part in it. But I think, honestly, any console. Obviously, I think the easiest one to find somebody is probably PC, if I had to guess. And then maybe followed by PlayStation. But at that point, I mean, that's your only options anyway, right? For the most part. Steam is probably easier. Yeah, if you manage to make it to the end of the game with one person, that's pretty lucky for your first playthrough. It's very easy to get separated from the other player by mistake. So you had the optimal journey experience. Congratulations. Now I want you to imagine playing the game by yourself and how that would change your perspective. Apparently the sales, or like the amount of people playing this Avatar game, Frontiers of Pandora, has like quadrupled because of the new movie. I wonder how that game actually is now that it's not full price. I did go to see the third Avatar film on New Year's Day. And my verdict is, I liked it. It was exactly like Avatar 2. A movie that you go to see for the visuals, because the visuals were amazing. The 3D was crazy in IMAX. The story is like, super, you don't go for the story. It was really a carbon. I thought people were just joking when they were like, yeah, it's exactly the same as the second film. No, they're not joking. It is exactly the same as the second film. But I liked it more than the second film. I actually felt, I thought I was going to hate certain character development arcs with a certain character. But I was like, you know what? You know, Spider's not as bad as I thought. In the second film, I was like, I don't like this character at all. Third film, a little better, a little better. But I enjoyed it. It's just a good movie to go see in the theaters and then never watch again. I would never watch that if it wasn't in a movie theater. Oh, thank you, Weasel. The first sub-gifts of the first eBay of the new year. Thank you so much for spreading the love out to everybody. Oh, you hooked Trekkie up with one. I'm sure he's going to be happy with that. Thanks so much, Weasel. Hope you've been having a great New Year so far. Hello, Quick Blue. You're currently playing it, and it's actually quite good. Feels like you're actually exploring Pandora. I might give it a shot at some point. Maybe sooner rather than later while Avatar is fresh on my mind. I love it when people list games by the pound. Anybody need 10.2 pounds of PS1 games? I feel like I'm at the supermarket, like, ordering some cold cuts or something from the deli counter. Yeah, I'll take some PS1 games, but light on the greatest hits, please. Just trim it off a little bit. Can't have that in my diet. $86. Based on what I'm seeing here, that's fair for what you're getting. Definitely, like, still a fair price if the shipping isn't crazy. Shipping is $14. That's very fair. Oh, it's from Goodwill. That would explain it. I'm gonna link it. We've got the first linked potential deal of the new year. I think it's actually a pretty solid price for what you're getting here. There are a lot of $10 to $15 games in here. The highlights being Mega Man X6, Street Fighter Alpha, Crash Team Racing. Greatest hits of Final Fantasy IV and Chrono Trigger. Personally, Lego Racers. I think that's a cool inclusion. Rampage 2. Yeah, it's a lot of mediocre filler, which these days is good enough for some people. All right, unfortunately, in order to link this for both YouTube and Twitch, I have to... They got a lot of games ending soon here. I'm just going to link this page here, and we'll take a look through some of these. Did I miss a resub? This new way of Twitch displaying notifications. Thank you, Trekkie, for the watch streak. Thank you, Amberg, for the 80 watch streak. Let's see what we got here. GameCube lot up to $338. Pretty decent. Some good stuff in there. $338 is pretty wild though. That's definitely the GameCube tax right there. Yeah, Video Gamer has the highest watch streak. Video Gamer has not missed a stream since watch streaks became a thing. Ninja Turtles or Transformers. I was like super lightly into both of those when they were around, like relevant and new. Like, you know, we're talking back in the 90s. But I'd probably have to give the edge to Transformers just because at some point later on I became interested in the original Transformers enough to buy the DVD box set, and I never did that for Ninja Turtles. But I like them both. They're both fine. I had a lot of Ninja Turtles toys. It was like I had a lot of Ninja Turtles action figures. And then for Transformers, I think I had a bit more of an interest in watching it. Oh, Pixelly, Happy New Year. Let's see what we got as an emote. Okay, another emote I'll probably never use. Some of them are decent. I don't think that's what I'll be using. I like Caleb's way better. Did I see how much Star Wars Racer Revenge is after the PS5 jailbreak? It was like $40 just a few days ago. PS5 jailbreak? What kind of effect would... You mean like the digital version? I don't get what you mean. How would that affect... Are we talking about the PS2 version of that game? Have I ever played Knack? Yes, I love Knack. Knack is like the quintessential launch game for a new console. I've played Knack probably 3 times. When it first came out, I played it the day before the PS5 launched to get hyped up for it. And I'm sure I've played it one other time. Maybe not all the way through, but I've definitely beat it at least 2 times. I like Knack. The only downside for Knack for me is the story. Boring. It's terrible. It just takes itself too serious. And then also the game is too long. It's just too long of a game. Should be able to beat it in one sitting. 6 hours would have been perfect for Knack, but it's like 10 hours. Jack and Daxter will be my next stream, yes. I'll finish it next stream. I completely forgot that I never visited the Misty Mountains or whatever the heck that area was. So there's a bunch of power cells that I could collect there. Okay, that's it for everything that's ending tonight from this Goodwill page. What is that? Looks like a DVD. Oh, they got a copy of Half-Life in here. That's going for like $80 to $90 right now. So this is one to keep an eye on. It's over tomorrow though. Well, you got the link. It's the link that I posted above. Just make sure you check for bulk lot of PS2 games. 8.2 pounds. Hello, Francisco. This is my best games of the decade video for 2010 satire, or was I for real? Nah, I was very serious. Now, would that list be different now? I'm sure I would make some changes. I based that list on how much those games meant to me at the time. When I made that list, a lot of those games I didn't even care for anymore. Like, would I put Hearthstone on a list like that now? Absolutely not. I don't care at all about Hearthstone. But that was a huge game for me for years. So of course it has to be one of the best games of the decade for me. It's another Goodwill lot. I think we looked at that one. $68. This ends in 30 seconds. I'm going to say that this ends up going for... How many games are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm going to say this goes for $93. Just randomly, I'm just going to pick a random number. Let's see what it goes for. That's like $10 a game, practically. Well, that Half-Life is the only console version that you can play for the original Half-Life, the PS2 version. Half-Life on Xbox is the second game. Oh, man, I was close. Would I put Knack on if I redid it? Knack is not one of the best games of the decade. It's just a fun launch game for the PlayStation 4. Are eBay sold listings the only way to gauge the value of a game besides price charting? I'd say those are the two main ways. The best way is literally just checking eBay sold listings and manually trying to figure out yourself the game's value. Price charting is just an expedited way to do it. But if you're really looking to find the price of a game, you want to check sold. And then if you really want to dive into it, you got to look into the best offers that were accepted. And also how frequently they sell and what they look like, the condition, the completeness. Was Knack 2 better? It was overall the better, like it was definitely the better design game. It just had, it was more robust. The level design was better. The pacing was a little better. But for some reason, I can never get into it as much as the first game. The first game just had a lot of charm that I really liked. I'm more attached to it because it's a launch game. I just have better memories playing it on the PS4 launch. My thoughts on VR the last time I played. It's been a bit since I played VR. I love VR. I wish it didn't give me motion sickness and like was terrible for streaming. But I had a blast playing the original PSVR when that first came out. That was like one of the most immersive things I'd ever played. Even if the graphics weren't the best at the time, it was still really fun. I would recommend that you try Sonic and the Black Knight. I mean, it's so cheap. Why not figure it out yourself, you know? Give it a try. Pretty good price on this game. This is a fairly uncommon game. It's not rare, but it's also not easy to find, and you can see it normally goes for about $25 to $30. This actually used to go for $40. There was a point where there were only like a couple copies of this on eBay, which has been alleviated. But this copy here is currently $7, which is a very good price for it. Got a couple of other decent PS1 games. Some of them still pretty cheap. Heart of Darkness for $35. It's about right for that. Here's the seller. Yeah, Knack was just a great technical showpiece for the PS4. That game has some incredible particle effects. I still think it looks great. Yeah, I'm glad you're liking Earthyon. It's a really good game. Top 10 worst games I played of the decade. Yeah. That would be really hard for me to do. Because I love the worst games. Yeah, that Skull Island game was bad, though. There was not a lot of redeeming factors about that game. It wasn't a good bad, it was a bad bad. Batman or X-Men? If I had to pick one, I'd pick X-Men. Because why wouldn't you? You get a whole bunch of cool superpowers rather than just Batman himself. You have more of a choice. Black Tiger? Nah, Black Tiger was a blast. I guess you don't remember my streams where I was laughing my ass off with that game and speedrunning it and playing online. I'll never forget playing online in Black Tiger. We were having like races up a mountain. Everybody was like playing as a rabbit or something, and we were racing up the mountain so you can get to the top. Such a dumb game, but it was fun. games I regret not picking up when they were cheaper. I don't think I really have regrets to that level, but obviously seeing Shantae at Electronics Boutique back when it first came out and passing on it for like $30 was definitely a tough one. I bought something else and I can never remember what the other game was that I bought. Whatever it was, it better have been a good game. I have no idea what Nintendo would do with the price of the Switch. Well, they're probably seeing the price of 3DSs going up a lot right now, and they're like, you know what? Let's let the Switch join the crowd. 3DSs are getting very pricey. Hello, Capcom fan. So, for Silent Hill, I'd say if you're going to buy it now would be the better time than later, because when the new Silent Hill movie comes out, that's going to cause renewed interest in the Silent Hill games. So, you've either got to decide to get it now and pay, you know, what it's going for, wait for it to be even more expensive, or risk waiting way longer and hope it comes down. My Japanese, I've received Japanese memory cards before. I'm almost certain they work on it. Memory cards should be fun. I've heard some stuff about the flashcard issues, Adam, but I'm not an expert on it. Apparently it only affects like a small amount of games. Like I know the Persona Q game is one of the big ones that has a huge issue with like working until they updated it. Will this be the year where I finally play the campaign for Titanfall? Perhaps it will be. See what all the fuss is about. I think I'll really like it though. People definitely sell their copies of Silent Hill because a lot of people are unaware of what Silent Hill games are worth. Right? A lot of the casual people that just kind of have it in their game collection. And then when they see that it's going for hundreds of dollars, they sell it because that money is pretty irresistible to a lot of people. So that's what continues to put games like Silent Hill back into the ecosystem. And there's just so many copies of the game that it's just never in short supply. So if you get the PS3 collection of Silent Hill and you patch it, is the patch you obviously you got to be hooked up online, right? But what is the patch actually fixing? Is it fixing the fog? The issues people have with the fog? This is a cool game, by the way. This is why people are so intimidated by the Wii, because you would pass by something like this and be like, yeah, that's Wii shovelware. No, this game is pretty serious. This is actually really fun. It's an open world. Think of it like if you like Pilot Wings, but like an open world Pilot Wings with like little mini games and really good motion controls. Game's pretty solid. It's actually a lot of fun. Kid Adventures Sky Captain. I streamed this one years ago. Looks great. Controls great. Just a fun Wii game. I mean, it's super deceptive looking, but it's good. Just all mission based. You just fly around and do missions. I'll link this since it's over in 47 minutes. I don't know like what people are doing for buy it nows on this, but you can see a couple buy it nows. Well, this one here, they want 15. This one they want 10 plus $5 shipping. So it looks like you're paying about minimum $10 or $15. So getting a copy here for $4.50 plus shipping, depending on where you are, may not be a terrible price for it. They also have Manhunt 2, Marble Saga, Koa Rinpa, which is the way better game in my opinion. Another great game. Once upon a time, Koa Rinpa was considered the rarest and most expensive game on the Wii, on the secondary market. So like outside of brand new games, there was a point where this game costing about $40 or $50 for a used copy was like a huge deal. That was unheard of at the time for the Wii. Of course, it's changed drastically now. Deadly Creatures, that's a good game. Deadly Creatures is fun. People will definitely come around to the Wii in enough time. Hello, Zach. Yeah, we found some good auctions tonight. Way better than last eBay stream. Last eBay stream, we didn't find a single auction worth linking. Tonight we found a few. Curse Mountain. I enjoy Curse Mountain. It's pretty underrated in like the moody, atmospheric genre of survival horror games. I really, really like the opening hours of that game when there's not a lot of combat and you're just kind of like going through desolate, abandoned towns, letting everything build up. Mushroom Man is great. Definitely one of my favorites. I'm pretty sure you will see PS3, 360, and Wii games all increasing. I don't think it's going to be as drastic as stuff like the PS2 or the GameCube, but I think the way with modern games, there's a lot of people are just like starting to lose interest in a lot of modern games, both the pricing and how they play. I think people are definitely going to start falling back more into their consoles that they already know that they love, certain genres and series and gameplay types, especially in the action genre. A lot of us really missed that sort of 360 PS3 era of action game, which can be pretty hard to find today for new releases. Games that always have to be online are a pain too. They are indeed. They are very much a pain. Hello, Saint Stefan. You're not a fan of motion controls. They definitely... Motion controls are hit or miss. They either really like add to the game or they really take away from it. But not all games are like doomed if you have motion controls on the Wii. Think like Excite Truck, right? Great example. I feel like Excite Truck would lose a lot of its charm if it was no motion controls. That game is fun because of the motion controls, in my opinion. Anybody need Metroid for the Switch, the art book? Apparently they collaborated with Detroit Become Human. No problem. Thief among you, have a good night. Man, I gotta say, the US copy of Ninja Resident Evil Gaiden definitely got the better end of the stick. That is a terrible looking cover. Also, look at the pattern on the back. That looks awful. Not a flattering cover. I could see why it sold so poorly. Oh, did you guys see? I'm so excited. Fat Pikachu is back. 2026 is already off to an amazing start. Did you see the promo art that they did? Freaking Fat Pikachu is back. The OG art, the best Pikachu. I don't want to hear nothing about the new Pikachu designs. OG Fat Pikachu. Chonkachu, yeah, some people call him. He's back. At least in the promo video that they're releasing for the anniversary for Pokemon. Not this one. That's just Build-A-Bear Workshop. But it reminded me of Fat Pikachu. Do I know of a website that will tell you if a Japanese game will play in English? Honestly, one of your best bets now is probably just ask AI so it does all the research for you. If there's no YouTube video that explains it or something, I'm not sure if there's a compendium that tells you everything that'll have English options. Do I reply to comments? I guess that just answered your question. Is that a custom box somebody made for this? Oh, wow. I think it is. They put it in a VHS clamshell. Clever. Oh, because it was a rental version from Damn, Blockbuster coming in clutch. Look at that. That's pretty smart. Who knew? The employee that day hopefully got a raise. Junior nurse. That's cool. It's got bids. People like that custom case. I have not played Vampire Survivor. I'm also kind of fearful to even try it because I know people get addicted to it. But you know what? Like, Vampire Survivor walked so that other games in that genre can run. I think Vampire Survivor was probably like, you know, it was the kickstart to that Survivor style genre. And now there's a ton of games coming out now that are probably way better than it. So I'd rather just keep dabbling in the better games as they come out. It's just a terrible streaming game. Like, it's not fun to watch. It's really bad on the bitrate. And if you don't play the game, it just looks like a mess of pixels. I've tried watching people play it. I can't watch it. It's so boring. That's why I don't play it on stream. Yes, I've heard that there's a lot of hand cramp issues with that Guitar Hero game on DS. If you ever want to know if you're getting an authentic N64 game, just buy a rental copy. Look at that. It verifies the game. You don't need to get it graded. You don't need to open it up. You can just rest easy knowing that this is real. You're playing Silent Hill F right now, almost in shock at how bad some of the level design is. It was a very conflicting experience for me as well. I'm assuming right now when you're saying bad level design, you're referencing the, I don't remember what, the dream world areas, right? Where it's like in the Japanese temples and it's super linear and you're constantly getting walled off and having to fight enemies. And then, well, they actually patched the game. To be fair, when I played it, it was unpatched. They later patched Silent Hill F to alleviate some of the issues later in the game. You guys remember the end game. If you played that game when it first came out, you don't forget that end game where like you keep getting walled off by invisible walls and you have to beat like a huge gauntlet of enemies just to pass it. Well, they eased that up. They made that less intense because everybody hated that. Another thing I didn't like about Silent Hill F was the fact that the game makes almost no sense unless you beat it more than once. And yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm not like ready to jump in and immediately play a Silent Hill game 2 more times to get the full story right after I beat it. So that was another problem with the game. It needed to tell a more complete, fulfilling story with one playthrough. It was alright. It was a very 7 out of 10 kind of game for me. Not something I'd play again anytime soon, and that is why I sold my copy, because I'm not going to play it anytime soon ever again. Maybe like 10 years from now. 15 years. Alright, maybe 20 years. Hello, Asia. One of my other biggest gripes with it was just like, you're in this Japanese village, right? The Japanese village itself was awesome. But the fact that you never go into like you never open a door and go in anything and explore for items. All the doors are locked. One of the best parts of the game is the one time they let you up into the top story of a house by climbing through a window to like look for stuff and then you get ambushed. That was like one of the best parts of the whole game. It drove me nuts that you were in that village and you can never enter a home. Like, what the hell? Like, that was such a missed opportunity. How cool would it have been to be like poking into the doors, dark houses, there's like monsters lurking inside and you're like checking the drawers to find just maybe some bullets and a healing item. You never do any of that. Everything is just laying out in the open in the corners of the freaking road. So that was another problem I had with that game. $10 a game for NES stuff. Let's see what we got here. Pretty solid selection, good starter lot. Well, thank you, Multi ASMR. Thank you for watching for so many years. Appreciate that very much. I like your profile picture too. It looks like a beach with a sunset. I like that. Well, the name checks out, I guess. For the ASMR. Pretty solid, honestly. $10 a game right now? That's actually pretty good for what you're getting here. If you're an NES collector. Most of these games are definitely more than $10 each. There are ones that are below, but I think it trends higher than 10. I'll link the seller. Versus Dad. When did I stop buying games I don't intend to play? I've never bought games I don't intend to play. Every game is bought with a reason. There's a house that unlocks in the second playthrough and it's pretty eerie. See, I wish they did stuff like that for your first playthrough, though, and had multiple homes to go into. And I'm not just talking like the main areas that you go into. I'm just talking like as you're exploring the village. You know, just have a house here or there that you can kind of go in and look around. They don't give you any of that. Thoughts on modern gaming? It's the 7th gen. I still love modern gaming. It's just, you know, unfortunately there are some terrible trends. The worst trends being live service games, especially ones that get taken down before you even have a chance to play them. Games that are rushed out in early access state is another terrible trend. Microtransactions, games that are not fully released when they come out, and like they knowingly release an unfinished game just to make you pay for DLC that they practically already have finished. That's also not fun. But I still have a ton. I mean, I've played my PS4, my PS5, and to some degree my Series X a lot. So I definitely still play a ton of stuff on them. That was the Wolverine game, correct? It was a good time to pick it up too, because I'm not sure what's going to happen to the price of that game with the new Wolverine that's coming out. And it's one that I've been, like, that game right there is one that I think I'm really going to like, because it's just that perfect 360 era action game that we don't get too often anymore. Sony said they're pulling PS4 games out of the monthly lineup. Good. Give us more of a reason to have a PS5. You might quit Arc Raiders because it's too addictive. Get out while you still can. This was a weird one. I'm trying to recall my playthrough, what I did with this. Oh, that's right. Yeah, seeing this menu is bringing back the memories. Too convoluted. Too ambitious, I think was my problem with this one. Beat down Fists of Vengeance. Just too much going on. Very, very ambitious game. It's like a bunch of different genres in one. It's like a GTA gang simulator beat 'em up fighting game with micromanagement like up the wazoo. So if that sounds interesting to you, you should check out Beatdown. It's a little too much for me. Oh, you're confusing it with Death by Degrees or whatever. Yeah, no, some people really like Beatdown. It wasn't a game for me. I didn't care for the Urban Rain. Yeah, I didn't care for the micromanagement in it. I was kind of hoping it would have played more like that Final Fight game, Streetwise or whatever. And that was some silly fun. Double Dragon Revive. I haven't looked into it too much, to be honest with you. I'm kind of picky and choosy with playing Double Dragon games. I've only played a small handful of them. Battletoads Double Dragon on the Jaguar. And a Zebo Double Dragon, which is definitely the best one. And I'm not even joking. Like, actually the best Double Dragon, and I'm seriously not trolling. Game is amazing. People don't know Double Dragon on the Zebo is the best because it's practically impossible to play. Also, didn't they port Double Dragon to Xbox Live Arcade? Am I remembering this correctly? They did, right? Am I just like not... I could swear I played that game on Xbox Live Arcade. They ported it and took it away in months. Wow, did they really? I played the heck out of that, I believe. Yeah, I was going for high scores and everything. I had a lot of fun with that. Wait, they took it away from you? Wait, does that mean that my copy is also gone? For Double Dragon on Xbox Live Arcade? Wild Arms 2 for 14 bucks. Still one of the cheaper PS1 RPGs. This game used to be dirt cheap. You couldn't even get rid of this game for like 15 bucks. It's just a very highly printed game. Wild Arms 2 is everywhere. PCFX with Team Innocent. Well, at least if you're going to pair it with one game, that's a good one to pair it with. Who thought this was a good idea? Look how redundant this is. Xbox One on the top, and then Xbox One on the bottom. They can never settle on a good case design, could they? Did all you guys reserve your tickets for the Lord of the Rings extended editions coming back to theaters for the anniversary? I completely forgot about it, and I just was able to get... I couldn't get them in for the first week because I would have had to sit in like the very first row. I'm not doing that. Tickets are all sold out. So I had to settle for the week afterwards. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday. All the extended editions. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it. I did that the last time they brought them to theaters, I think. That was probably like 15 years ago. I don't know if they brought it back since then. I'm just really excited to see those in a theater again with the great sound and everything. It's gonna be amazing. I've purposefully not been watching Lord of the Rings for a bit in anticipation of this. 2 years ago, I didn't go to it 2 years ago. Yeah, I didn't. So it's been a bit. As much as I'd love to see them all in one day, yeah, that's just a little too much sitting for me. I don't know about that. Bayonetta games. Well, I really like the first one a lot, but I can't really speak to the others too much. Apparently people were pretty upset with 3. I didn't play it. 9 hours. It's gonna be longer than 9 hours. These are the extended editions. Return of the King is 4 hours, 15 minutes by itself. And then you gotta sit through the credits. And then, like, brief wait between the movie. Like, you're talking probably, what, 12 to 13 hours? They're gonna have intermissions between them. You're probably talking, like, 13 hours. Yeah, I have definitely decided that Lord of the Rings are my favorite movies of all time. Not even close. Nothing comes close. Back in the day, I used to grapple if I liked the original Star Wars trilogy more or Lord of the Rings. Now it's not even a competition. Fellowship is my favorite. But I always lean towards movies, if there's a trilogy or something, I always like the first one the best. Because it sets up the world, it's just the introduction, they're always my favorites. Just like the original Star Wars is my favorite of the 3. Which is, yeah, most people are going for Empire Strikes Back. For the prequels, I like Phantom Menace the most. sold Soul Sacrifice for 90. Man, I played Soul Sacrifice when that game came out. That was an awesome game online. I really enjoyed that. Such a unique, sort of like Monster Hunter, White Knight Chronicles style action game for its time. That was a fun game. You saw some forbid underpriced, but got outbid 4 times. I'm not really sure what you're asking, but auctions are definitely the best way to get the best prices on games these days on eBay. Some people outbid you if they notice the auction, and sometimes you'll get a crazy deal. Oh, Vita. Well, Vita's probably getting a lot of attention right now, just like the 3DS's. So you have a lot of experience with sellers canceling auctions when the deal is too low. That hasn't happened to me, but that's gotta be pretty annoying. They shouldn't list it as an auction then if they're not okay with it ending for below what they want. Or I don't know, start your listing higher. It's not hard. $19 Wii U games for $150. Almost half of them are Lego games. I have no experience or insight on consoles like the ROG. I don't even know what the Claw is. Honestly, I don't really follow those things. You listed a really rare item for 99 cents plus shipping. 10 days, nobody bid. They got it for $1. That could be a problem with your title or the time of day that you listed it and had it end on. But most likely, if it was something really rare that people should have been looking for, it might have been a title issue or photo issue. Or a region issue. If you're selling, say, like a Japanese or a PAL game or something on US eBay, that can also be a little difficult sometimes. I remember one time I sold a PAL game and I'm like, oh, this will be fine. Yeah. And it went for like almost nothing because selling a PAL game on US eBay during that time was just like a death sentence for the price of it. Yeah, I figured some people may not be aware of the Lord of the Rings theater. Like, it's not being advertised on TV or anything, to my knowledge, so you kind of just gotta know about it. Anybody need 40 GameCube game cases for $80? say no, GameCube's crazy. Honestly, though, finding authentic cases like that for GameCube, it's probably like $2 a case is reasonable. It just sounds worse because you're getting 40 of them, so it's pretty pricey. But if you say, okay, 10 of them for 20, that sounds a lot better, right? Hello? eBay? 0 results. Are you serious? Let's refresh. There we go. So I looked a little bit more in the Jack and Daxter, by the way, because we were discussing a lot yesterday about like version differences. And I think the big key difference that nobody brought up is the PS5 version. And this is a pretty big deal if you're taking the game pretty serious with movement. PS5 movement, in a lot of instances, you can only move in 8 directions, and in some instances, 16 directions. Whereas the PS2 version, you can run in like over 600 different directions. Right, so like the movement is pinpoint precise in the PS2 version. Whereas PS5, and I think to some extent the PS4 version as well, is very limited in the directions that you're able to move. So like if you're doing a running jump and trying to go up a cliff, it could actually misangle like from your intended direction. And that's kind of frustrating. And I did verify by listening to a speedrunner for the game talk about like dropped inputs, which is what I was going through. So yeah, unfortunately the PS5 version looks amazing, but it's got some gameplay problems. No, it's an emulation thing, I believe would be the problem with it. Really makes me wonder about other PS2 games that are on PS4 and PS5, like Dark Cloud. I've always wondered about that, because when I did my speedruns of Dark Cloud on PS4, I always felt like I was moving slower than the PS2 speedrunners. So I really wonder if the PS2 version, if they have like an advantage over the direction of their movement, because you got to run diagonally in that game to get the biggest speed boost. And on PS4, I always had a hard time like nailing the exact angle that you need. So I'm very curious about that. The PS3 version is apparently still a very good version for the game, because I forget the team that was responsible for porting that over. They actually did like a meticulous job of up-resing all of the textures and stuff, so the game actually looks incredibly accurate to the PS2 release, just looks way nicer. And I saw a comparison of the PS3 version versus the PS5 version. It was kind of embarrassing what they did in the screenshot I saw for PS5 in terms of like tree textures and angles on the trees and everything. I was kind of shocked. So I would say the best version to play is... People say the PC version, but you know, it's an unofficial version. Play it if you want to. I'm sure it's a great way to play it, but for some of us, we're not interested in a PC version. Unofficial. If you're looking for a console official version, PS3 or PS2 is the way to go. Hey, Monstrum. Let's change the search. Well, you'll always see people asking a ton of money for games like Resident Evil 2. If it's a if it's a really popular series that targets people that normally don't collect games, you'll see a lot of listings that are listed like way higher than they should be because they're hoping that somebody not really in the know that's just looking to relive their childhood and pick up a copy of the game will just take a chance and equate costing more money to better condition. Because think about it, what's something that deters people that normally don't buy retro games from buying retro games? They're afraid they're not going to work. They're afraid they're going to be scratched. They're afraid of stuff like that. They're intimidated by low feedback sellers. They trust the high feedback sellers, sadly. The ones that tend to have a lot of issues on eBay. But they have so much feedback that it kind of counterbalances. So you'll see those kind of stores asking a lot of money for common games like Resident Evil 2. Because those are the stores that the casual buyers are more likely to trust. So they just assume that that's the going rate of the game. They don't do their research, and they're like, oh, this person has 100,000 feedback with a 97.5%. That's good, right? And then they just buy it because they assume that's the going rate for a copy in that condition. That's the reason why you see so many games like that priced super high with certain sellers, because believe it or not, they do sell. It may take a bit, but they do sell. Would this qualify for a horror month game? Recommended for ages 3 to 7. Oh, he's in there. They got full motion video. 250 bucks. Yeah, people don't realize it well, I mean, it resets and it doesn't. The overall feedback number will always be there. But the percentages, yeah, it's based on the last 12 months. So a seller can have like a bucket load of tons of negative feedback, and if they start the new year fresh and get nothing but positives, they'll have 100%, even though the previous year maybe they had like 85% or something. Yeah, not a lot of people know that's how it happens. Yeah, it's got automatic feedback now. But I would imagine if somebody had a problem with the listing, they would probably leave bad feedback. Probably. Maybe. A Mario Brothers PD Piranha hand puppet. The most obvious merch idea ever. Was this full size Switch full size metal store display in Pokemon promo? That doesn't look like Switch. That's N64. Oh, it's just they're not selling the background. That's so confusing. They're just selling that. Wow. Full size Switch store display plus a Pokemon store display. The Mario 64 rug not included. Well, you should probably take that out of the background. That is super confusing. They're selling that for $375. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that one. That is crazy. Yeah, I forgot to filter the silly digital items, unfortunately. So a press kit for Crash Bandicoot back in 1996 came in a wooden box. How genius is that? That's so cool. Look at that. That may be one of the coolest press kits I've ever seen. So thematic. Man, they should have put an apple in there for you. Even if it's a stress ball relief apple. You might need that. Yeah, $2,000. Yeah, old school press kits. Old school press kits are awesome. Now most press kits, they're just like, yeah, here's a key for the game and a digital press kit they send to your email. It's so boring. If I had to imagine the taste of a Wumpa fruit, I would think it tastes like a really ripe peach with maybe a bit of a hint of dragon fruit or pineapple. I would feel like they'd be really sweet. I still gotta play this chaotic game. The world of chaotic is pretty cool. Like the whole premise of chaotic. Unfortunately, this game isn't supposed to be that amazing. But the best way to summarize chaotic is imagine Pokemon Snap, where you're like out in the wild. You go to like a virtual space, but it is like an alternate reality. So if your character dies in that world, they also die in real life. And then if you take a picture of one of the Pokemon, we'll just call them, you capture that Pokemon, and you can become that Pokemon. And then you are that Pokemon in combat. It's actually like a pretty cool premise. Is that the metal store son the other guy was trying to get $375 for? What is the deal with this thing? Why are there two people selling these for so much money? I don't get it. I love this remix. No, it's gotta be restructured, Munchroom. But if there's something you want me to search for you or something, just let me know. Have a good night, bye-bye. A Silent Hill 2 skateboard. That's something I've never seen before. It's actually pretty cool looking. Official? It's gotta be. Limited edition board collection. Out of 1,000. And a trading card. They gotta get you with the Wombo combo. Huh. Box only for Mega Man X3, $550. This still is a holy grail, but in the early days of Super Nintendo collecting, this was viewed as like one of the top grail items if you had a complete copy of this on Super Nintendo. Some games have eclipsed it, but the way you gotta remember is way back in the day, super rare games on any console were typically so obscure because the amount of information out there about certain games was so limited that it was easy for the rarest games on consoles to be pretty cheap and affordable. It was the ones that were tied to popular series or just really popular games that also happened to be very rare that had the biggest prices. But now, of course, as resources are more readily available, people really know about what the rare games are. Now the actually super rare games have eclipsed the once rare but more desirable series games, if that makes sense. So that's why you see huge shifts in pricing for consoles like Super Nintendo. Right, there was a time where a game like Metal Warriors or something on Super Nintendo would have been $100 and Mega Man X3 would have been like 300 complete in bucks. How do I know these things? Because I was very involved with not just eBay 25 years ago, but also digital press. I learned so much on digital press. The website, the forums, like just a huge knowledge base for rarity and pricing back then. Back in the day, I know this might sound crazy, but if you wanted to like really get an idea for the rarity and like average price of a game, you had to buy a book. The digital press rarity guides. Those things were like the Bible for retro game collectors. I had both editions, and yeah, it would just literally be a big textbook that would list all the games on a console. It would rank them by rarity, by consensus of the collectors, average price, little blurb about the game. And that was it. I pretty much just studied those books. So when I'd be out in the wild, I would know what's rare and what it's worth. Digimon V-Pets? Never had one. Not Digimon. If you got just one stream up, you'll be fine, Nerton. It's really the people that have like multiple tabs up with different streams. Yes, Twitch has confirmed that if you're one of those people, especially if you're using extension websites to watch multiple streams, you're not counting as a viewer. You may be in the viewer list, but you're not actually being counted as a viewer. Twitch has confirmed this. If you're watching like 2 streams, you should be fine. They don't give an exact number. They don't want to give an exact number. I would imagine 2 to 3 is probably the safe bet, but personally I think anything over 2 is potentially risking not being counted. Because watching 3 streams, that's pretty extreme multitasking. Would I recommend buying more expensive games to make your collections look better and worth more? I definitely would not recommend doing something like that. If you're thinking about stuff like that, I fear that you would be into retro games for the wrong reasons. Oh look, is this the thing you just asked me about? That is so crazy that this just popped up. That is crazy. What are the chances that someone would ask me if I ever played with one of these things and then it literally just appears? Yeah, I never had any of the Digimon ones. I was more of a Tamagotchi kind of person. They look fun though. I wouldn't be opposed to getting one of those things now. As long as it ain't gonna be waking me up every hour of the night asking to be fed. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for the 7-month resub. You had horrible luck with your Pokemon pack pulls today? Oh, sorry to hear that. A friend of mine for Christmas gave me a few packs of Phantasmal Flames to open. So you never know. I could, could pull another gold Charizard. We'll see. Has Pokemon healed yet? Are you guys actually finding Pokemon cards in the wild yet? Or is this still ridiculous? Oh, look, a big box of Bad Mojo. I definitely recommend this game. It's so weird. So weird. It's a very different type of horror game. You play as a cockroach. And you just, like, run around a realistic-looking environment in an apartment. It's really weird. This 360 market been booming. I wouldn't say that. I'd say right now is a really good time to buy 360 games. They're some of the cheapest they've been in a while. Compared to the prices a few years ago. Do I see people paying $400 for the Star Wars game to exploit the PS5 jailbreak? Oh, you mean the Starfield hack of I didn't know that people. Why would people be paying $400 for a Star Wars game though? I don't understand. Do you mean the Starfield hack? Hello, comeback. Star Wars Racer. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with that. I have no idea. It's needed for the PS5 jailbreak. That was just fun. Oh, so you need a PS2 copy of Star Wars Racer Revenge to jailbreak the PS5? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Oh, the physical PS4 copy for Racer's Revenge. That's pretty crazy. Sure, that's gonna be patched. Right? I'm sure they can patch that, right? The limited run reissue? Oh my god, of course it's limited run. Oh man, Sony is gonna hate them. That is crazy. It can't be patched. Good, it couldn't have happened to a better company. Well, I figured, like, I know, yeah, you can't patch the disc. I just figured, like, maybe Sony can issue something where, like, if you pop the disc in, like, a patch to be like, listen, if any account buys this disc and puts it in their console, even if they go offline, like, maybe it prevents it, because that's kind of wild. Leave it to limited run games to allow something like that on one of their discs. That's freaking crazy. So what's the process behind it? How do you actually jailbreak the console with that disc? How, like, can someone explain it in layman's terms? Hey, what's up, Dog Type? Good to see you. Hope you're well. They made a buffer overflow hack with save games to get PS5 jailbreak. So now all the games that use the PS2 emulator are going up. Huh. Bigger issue is Sony made that part of the chip can't be updated. Is this like breaking news that like literally just happened hours ago or something? That seems like a pretty big deal. Yesterday? Yeah, I didn't see it in any of my feeds, so that's pretty wild. Sure, Sony's got to be pissed. Oh wow, they made a sequel to Dragon Lore? I didn't know that. I'm kind of nostalgic for this game because the first game was the first game I ever got with my 3DO. Came with my 3DO. It was an alright game. A little hard to play on console. Sony probably just console ban the jailbreaks. They might do something like that. They gotta do something, right? Sure, they're gonna try something. They're gonna be like, listen, if you're doing this, we know that you know what you're doing. We're gonna just brick your console. Wait, what do you mean it's basically the same thing they found in Okage? What did they find in Okage? Are you telling me I can actually, like, what do you mean? Can I actually play Okage on PS5 now? Like, what did they find in that version? $240 for Godzilla PS4. I remember recommending this game. I made a video when this game came out. That, like, a few days after. Everybody was hating on Godzilla on PS4, and I'm like, listen. If you're a Godzilla fan, you need to go get this game. Don't listen to the reviews. Still stand by it. A lot of people listen to me, and a lot of people are really glad they listened to me, because now look at it. Best Godzilla game, in my opinion, for me, because it's like the closest thing we've ever had to an actual Godzilla simulator. Okage ended up being used for PS4 jailbreaks for a bit. Oh, really? Okay, so when it was running on a PS4. The PS4 Okage digital version had the same buffer overflow thing because it was digital. Sony patched it, so you needed the exact first version. Oh, my version probably got patched. Yeah, I'm assuming I updated that game at some point without realizing it. Godzilla is approaching the generator. Yeah, the main mode may not have been the best mode. I love the online and like the other modes where it's mostly just like fighting. Playing Godzilla online was so fun. Kind of nostalgic this is, my goodness. I love that this is being treated as a collector's item now. Getting a blister pack for Xbox Live Gold for 12 months and $60. I'm not gonna lie, that is an extremely nostalgic thing to have. I can feel the draw. It would be cool to have one of those, right? Just throw it up on the wall. Frame it. Remember the good old days? Anybody need a blessed Arabian Ia with a rare coat for Wild Horse Islands? $300. So crazy. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. Someone's asking $120 for Black Label Final Fantasy VII, but you know what the crazy part is? If they leave this up here long enough, it will eventually sell. I know. It's crazy, but it will. Because it's Final Fantasy VII. I actually have no idea, Dale. I've never sat and added everything up. But don't feel like your numbers are rookie numbers. As long as every game that you have in your collection is personally curated by you, every game you bought with a purpose, for a reason. Heck, maybe you got your childhood game still. People would love to have their childhood games. The reasons for owning the games that you do it's far more important than just the numbers of how many games you have. Hello, Trisaru. I'm glad the algorithm brought you back. Well, it's the misprint version. The misprint doesn't really mean too much. It's pretty common. Usually you can maybe get 10, 15, 20 bucks more for it if people like actually care about it. But usually it doesn't make much of a difference. Oh, that's way bigger than I thought it was. That's a pretty big bag. Hello, Rogelio. That's cool. There's actually way more Virtual Boy merch out there than you would imagine. They actually had a lot of marketing stuff for Virtual Boy. And what I mean by that is like cardboard signs. They had a lot of like promo things for stores. I guess just not enough. You only click childhood classics or big games that are must plays or recommendations for me. Well, I appreciate that. Hopefully, I haven't recommended too many terrible games to you. Ditto Press has a cool Virtual Boy display kiosk. Yeah, I remember seeing that when I went there. It was indeed pretty cool. Be awesome to own one of those. You got the Virtual Boy on the first day. Man, that's pretty rare to have that thing on the first day it came out, but awesome. Must have been like mind-blowing to have something like that on day one. It must have felt like the future. Alright, I said we'd look up PS1 stuff, so let's do that. I like eating while gaming. Definitely not. The most I'll do is just like, I don't know, some nuts or a banana or something. Nothing where I'm like getting my hands dirty. Holy smokes. That is a crazy notification. Monstrum just gifted out 20 subs to people. Just a wall of names in my chat right now. Monstrum, thank you so much. You're always so incredibly generous. That's Monstrum's way of celebrating the new year, I suppose. I'm looking through the names here. We got a lot of long-timers. A lot of new people as well getting hooked up with a sub. Hopefully, if you're lurking, you got a sub from Monstrum. Those are going to be going off for quite a bit there. The YouTube people are just sitting here like, wait, what's going on right now? All they need to know is Monstrum Rocks on the Twitch side is hooking up everybody with some very generous free subscriptions to the channel. Yeah, thank you again, Monstrum. Oh, did they upgrade your, Oh, they did. You got a new badge, I think. Purple and orange. I don't think I've seen that one before. I'm just seeing this now. I think that's a new one, right? I don't think you had that color. Oh wow, Bomberman Fantasy Race has gotten pretty pricey. Cool game. I wouldn't recommend it for $120 though, unless you're like a die-hard kart racer fan. Even though you're not in a kart, it's definitely a kart racer game. Did I like the latest Pokemon game? I hated the combat. It drove me away from the game. Otherwise, I didn't mind it too much. Just the combat was not what I wanted from a Pokemon game. Too mindless, too straightforward, too button mashy. Not much strategy. All it did was make me appreciate Pokemon Scarlet and Violet more. Since I played Pokemon Scarlet and Violet on Switch 2, I've actually really grown to like that game. It's one of my new favorite Pokemon games, Scarlet and Violet. Because of the Switch 2 version. I have not played the Saw games, no. Thanks, Coopster. Coopster's like, darn. I dodged the resub. Or the sub gift. Thank you for the 38 months. Hercules on PS1 went crazy in price. It was always a very underrated game. It's one of those games with my favorite graphic style. One of my favorites with like the 2D sprites on the 3D backgrounds like Klonoa does. Arguably the best looking one. I will admit that Hercules looks incredible. That and Strider 2. Also another great looking one that doesn't get mentioned as much as Klonoa or Tombow. I like Let's Go. I enjoy Let's Go. I think it's a fun little remake of the original generation. Thanks, Ross. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 29 months. Hello, Geometry. What games am I looking for? We're just browsing and chatting. And then if I see anything that's a decent value, I link it in chat. I like pineapple on pizza. Never tried it, and I waited too long because I don't eat pizza anymore. So I guess I'll never know. Am I excited for the Mario Galaxy movie? I'm definitely excited for it. I'm not as excited as the first Mario movie, because now we kind of know what to expect. But, you know, I'll look forward to seeing it. But I wouldn't say I'm, like, hyped up, like, got an alarm set on my phone to pre-order the tickets kind of thing, you know? But I'll certainly go see it. $29 PS2 games. See, this is why it's always important to look at the full picture. Look at the photo, look at the price, but the title. Like, you gotta look at everything, right? Because if you were just looking at the photos or the price, you would miss the fact that not every game is pictured here. Because that's not 29 games. I always try and look at everything. If it's a lot, I always read the title to check the number to see if it's accurate to the photo. Well, pizza's not healthy for you, so I don't eat pizza. I have not had a slice of pizza in 7 months. Almost 8 months. It's just fine. I don't need pizza. I can live without it. It's okay. Yeah, I'm way more excited for the Sonic movie. They've really come into their own with the Sonic movies in terms of, like, really making them for the fans. I was impressed with the third movie and the ending of the third movie and, like, where they're going with the fourth movie. It looks promising. I can guarantee you any pizza I'd have around here would not be crafted by artisans from Italy. Like, yeah, if you go to Italy, the pizza there would be way better for you. You're getting pizza in America? Good luck. Which I did have pizza in Italy. And it didn't bother my stomach, so I guess there's some truth to it. Oh, it finally stopped. Thank you again, Monstrum. Thank you for that crazy train. This is pretty rare. You know what's really rare are, like, actual limited editions from the PS2 days. They didn't do them very often, so when you see things like this, these are genuinely pretty hard to find. Right? Like, how often do you guys see this? The big tin case for Mark Echo's Getting Up on PS2. Maybe your first time ever seeing it, right? Like, these are actually super hard to find. Very uncommon for the PS2 days. You know, some of them were kind of mass-produced, like Final Fantasy XII with the steelbook and everything, but... A Gundam and an Armored Core pairing. I like the theme. This game was recommended to me. I forget who recommended this to me. Fire Warrior. Man, I miss these. Like, seeing this makes me so sad. Whenever I see a PS2 game that you were able to play online and it's like, you know, you didn't play it back in the heyday, I feel like I missed out. It's like, man, it makes me wonder, how was it? 4-player online, including deathmatch, team deathmatch, and capture the flag. I'm sure it was super fun with the, like, 10 people that probably played it. I feel like you're an exclusive club if you played this game online. Oh, I don't go to Walmart. Not for food. Yeah, I'm lucky to have good grocery stores. Here's the Japan exclusive Transformers. I like to point this out because a lot of people get this mixed up with the other game called Transformers that's from the US. This is the Takara Transformers, which never made it to the US. So if you're a big Transformers fan, here's a game that you probably haven't played. Super playable, it's just a beat 'em up. You don't need to know Japanese. Hello, Matt. Alright, let's get ready for affiliate. We got, you know, a decent amount of affiliate items again, because this was right before Christmas time. So, a lot of people were picking things up. We'll see what people got this week. This is a screen brightness warning if you're watching. This is mostly a warning for the YouTube people. If you're watching on a tablet or a phone or something and you're in the dark, just lower your brightness settings, because it's about to get bright. December 21st to December 27th, we're going to take a look at items that people bought on eBay using my affiliate link. So we're going to see what you guys paid, what you picked up, what were the good deals, what were the bad deals. Starting us off, Tales of the Abyss on the PS2, complete for $28. Man, I can remember when that game was like almost bargain bin territory on the PS2. You couldn't even get rid of it for like $10. Someone picked up a DS Lite complete with 8 games. We gotta check that out, see what the games are, of course. Teenage Zombies, Harvest Moon DS Cute, Harvest Moon DS Island of Happiness. A lot of Harvest Moon. Actually, not a bad lot. Puzzler Collection, Cooking Mama, Yoshi's Island, and a Pokemon game. Pearl version. Not bad. And you got the console. Inserts. A bag. Pretty good, pretty good. Looks to be in good shape. The game selection's nice. Belisara Treasures Value Box. Well, thank you, Coopster. I don't even gotta ask who bought that. The only other person crazy enough to buy Belisara. But if you saw my recent Belisara opening that I uploaded to YouTube, the hype is real. You gotta believe it. Good luck on your polls. Van Helsing 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray for $16. Never watched that Van Helsing movie. Sour Shadows of the Empire for the N64, $50. I was mentioning earlier in the stream how this is actually a pretty scary game for a kid. A lot of people are scared by this game. The opening level with the Wampa coming after you. Okay, so this isn't the one that was bought. For some reason, eBay does this sometimes where like they won't show you the item that was bought and instead they'll redirect you to something like it. Terrible feature. Next Generation magazine, lot of 14. Not sure if I ever had Next Generation magazines. Yeah, I don't think I had Next Generation. You are not a hardcore gamer unless... Let's see if I can read this. There have never been fewer than 3 active video game systems in your house. Okay. Check that one off. Well, I mean, technically, you got to start somewhere, right? Like, what, do you instantly buy 3 consoles when you first get in the games? Everybody would start with 1, right? What does that say? Something about an arcade? Can you guys read that? You've been to an arcade. Something. Get a free... I can't read that. That's a little hard to make out. Something about an arcade. You've never... That's really hard to see too. You've never dreamed that you... Oh, you've never dreamed that you were in a video game. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever had a dream that I was in a video game. Like, maybe I've had dreams about collecting and like buying games, but not like being in a game. So I guess I don't qualify as a hardcore gamer. Damn. You've lied to an arcade attendant to get a free game. I see. No, I've definitely never done that either because that's kind of messed up. So I have missed all 3 check marks to be a hardcore gamer according to the Next Generation. Trials in the Sky first chapter for the PS5 for $57. Still pretty new. Makes sense. Pokemon card Japanese Mega Gengar EX for $26. Wow, the Gengar text. Octopath Traveler 0 for PS5. Also a nice new game, so top dollar for that one. I hear it's a great game for those of you that are looking for a 100-hour RPG. No, I mean they're saying that you've had a dream about being in a game, like literally like you're in the game. Like you are Sonic the Hedgehog. I've never had a dream like that. Unless they mean like a dream about playing a game, then maybe it's possible. Tablet docking station. Tales of Legendia for the PS2. It must be from the Tales of the Abyss person. For $35. Guraga Ichigo Rei art book illustration. The art book illustration collector strikes again. Also a Palkia sketch. What is that? Oh, Polka sketch. Got Pokemon on the mind. Contraband, the best of Men at Work by Men at Work. Oh, the CD collectors are coming out. Sound of Love Volume 1 by Rin Tanaka. The anime collectors clashing with the music collectors. We got all types of collectors in here. Otterbox Symmetry for Google Pixel 2. Wolfbox Electric Air Duster Superpower Turbofan for keyboard. We're going to judge your keyboard fan. You didn't think. I pull up the most random stuff. You're never safe. You're like, surely Pete's not going to look at a keyboard vacuum. Oh, yes, we are. Yes, we are. Wow, look at that. You can start a fire with this thing. Best on the market. You can blow the snow and ice off your... That's probably a little extreme. I don't know about that one. This thing can do everything. I just want to say you would look ridiculous, by the way. Imagine seeing your neighbor like out in the blizzard with a little tiny like vacuum cleaner, just like inch by inch cleaning off the window of their car. Inflating a float. Okay, I mean I could see an air mattress. Okay, I could see it. It's Trekkie. Okay, so Trekkie is currently panicking, trying to explain all the uses of this thing. Trekkie didn't expect to get called out on the keyboard vacuum. That seemingly does everything besides dust off a keyboard. Pet hair drying. Inflatable bed. Car cleaning. Fallen leaves. That may be my best one. That's probably the best one. Outdoor fires, and also 3C equipment, whatever that means. Move over air cans. There's a new air duster in town. Look at that, it's like a freaking Star Wars blaster from the future. There's a lot of images. I could see why they would sell you on it. It's very convincing. Well, you gotta let us know how it goes, Trekkie. Next time you got snow in your car. Let us know how it goes. Next time you gotta start a fire out in the wilderness. Oh shit, the Gundam model kit though? Oh. I see. Damn. Didn't think about that one. Yeah, knock over your gunplas that weigh like 5 ounces. Didn't think about that. Alright, who wants to make the next 500,000 view gunpla video on YouTube? You never knew that you needed this accessory for your gunpla building journey. Easy 500,000 views. How many images they need? Now they're getting redundant. Now they're just cycling the same images. There we go. Wow. That's got to be one of the most convincing eBay listings. I mean, it sold almost 1,000. 1,000 units. Yeah, blow your cat off the couch. I'm sure your cat will love this thing. Alright, contender for purchase of the week. Super Mario 64, 100% complete in box, $170. Whoever thought we'd come to this day. This is definitely a ChemDream purchase. ChemDream has recently moved on to collecting for N64. For some reason, they're feeling compelled to show me Crazy Frog graded by WADA for this listing of Super Mario 64. Interesting. Bloody Roar for the PS1 and Bloody Roar 2. That's actually a pretty good deal. I'd say you definitely got that a little bit below what that would go for separately. Nicorette Mini Nicotine. Oh, jeez. Alright, let me see if I can get it right this time. Let me try and remember how everybody taught me how to say this. Lozenge? Did I get it? Lozenge? They're keeping at it. Lozenge. Lozenge. Well, at least I made it further than how I think I pronounced it the first time. Like lozenges or something crazy. Alright, I'll forget next time. I'll forget next week and I'll try again. Avatar on Blu-ray for $4. Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty official strategy guide for $10. Wario Land Super Mario Land 3 for the Game Boy. Great game. Wario Land 3 for the Game Boy Color. $25, a little more pricey. Kanye West and Malik Youssef, Good Morning and Good Night for $10. The Beatles Rock Band for PS3 complete for $11. See, more expensive than you would think. You would think this would be like a $5 game. No, it is more than you think. More Kanye West. Wait, is that the same? No, it's a different listing. Different numbers. Namco GunCon Lake Gun Controller for the PS1. It's always a fun pickup. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle Standard Edition for PS5. See, that's somebody that was like, you know what? No, I'm not going to pay you $30 for Game Pass. I'm just going to spend double that and own it physically on the PlayStation 5. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pinball for Game Boy. New save batteries and manuals for $190. Wow. Honestly, though, not too far off. Like, not a terrible price for authentic Pokemon carts at this point. With the manuals. Wow, eBay is on a streak tonight of not wanting to show me these listings. Industrial Light and Magic, The Art of Special Effects. Thank you, Trekkie. Bungalow Records, Malik Youssef. The Great Chicago Fire, Cold Day in Hell. Yeah, I have no idea who that is, but looks like someone's back into collecting some CDs. Ys the Arc of Nepotism for PS2. Used to be a dirt cheap game. That Ys game used to be like $10-15. Used to be super. You see it every time I went in the GameStop. I always saw it in there. Final Fantasy Tactics: The Evilise Chronicles, $67 for the special edition of the game. Another game that I definitely didn't get around to last year, but I want to get around to this year. Look forward to it. Various artists. Now that's what I call the 80s. Oh my god. Now that's what I call music. Everybody used to have these freaking CDs. I had a few. I'm pretty sure this is how everybody first heard the Cotton Joe song. Cotton Eye Joe. They don't show you. Wait, they do. Bruce Springsteen, Bon Jovi, The Police, Blondie, Pat Benatar, Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson, Rio Speedwagon, Irene Cara, Billy Joel, Diana Ross, and others. Definitely time capsule CDs. It's like, who needs Spotify when you could just buy it? Now that's what I call music. Farming Simulator 25. Oh, man. Alright, whoever bought this, you gotta let me know how this is. I feel like these are the kind of games that you never hear about, because the only people that buy them are the people that, like, only play these games for years straight. So, like, the casuals, they never bother trying them, right? We never bother with them. They're only for the hardcore audience. So you'd never hear anybody talk about these games. And lastly, Food of Sichuan by Fuchsia Dunlop. Purchase of the week. I think Trekkie wins it this time. The cat blowing, car cleaning air blower, I think, is the winner. The Wolfbox electric air duster takes it. So thank you to everybody that used the affiliate link. If you want your stuff to show up on here in future weeks, if you're on the YouTube side, every stream and video description will have my eBay, US eBay affiliate link. If you need international affiliate links, you got to go to my Twitch page, and you'll see the international links there. Also, my Linktree has some of them. So yeah, thank you to everybody who used the link. Some fun stuff this week. Has it been long enough to look at auctions again? I think it has. I think we gotta wait a little bit longer because I'm recognizing some of these listings from earlier, I believe. Or maybe, did I look at this? Let's scroll a little bit longer. Let's see. Pretty good at remembering the listings I've seen already. Motor Racing for $46. What the heck is that? Is this a new game? Why is this so expensive? Oh, Project Motor Racing. Man, don't you love looking at the back of a game box and all you get is this? I miss the days where you'd actually see what the game looks like. Okay, yeah, I don't think we've seen these listings yet. Ooh. Now that's some injustice done to that copy of Injustice. That's some pretty bad water damage. There it is, the GOAT. Prices are going up. Get it while you can. I hear this was one of the best games of the year. I did look into the speedrun. As glitchy as this game is, the speedrun is actually like super straightforward. There's almost no glitches. It's kind of lame. The one game you think would be busted beyond belief is actually one of the most non-glitchy broken speedruns I've ever seen. Oh, I'm glad you got some use out of it, Talons. Oh, I forgot the new Tomodachi Life game comes out on Switch 2 this year. I've never played this one, so I guess I'll find out what all the fuss is about when it comes out on Switch. Okay, we did see this. I think we gotta wait a little longer for auctions. Sometimes, like some of these auctions I haven't seen, because when you're looking at a page, some people may not realize this, right? Say you're looking at a listing page for like 5 minutes, and you get to the bottom, and you hit the next page. Everything that would have ended in that like time frame of the 5 minutes that it took you to look through these listings will not be on the next page that you look at. It'll be pushed to the page that you were just on. Just like a simple thing that some people don't realize. So there are listings that like sneak through the cracks, which is why the best way to look at auctions is to honestly sit at the first page and just refresh every 5 minutes and just see what pops, like what populates on the bottom of the listings. But that doesn't, I mean, can't do that while I'm streaming. Because if you're clicking page from page by page, you're gonna miss some stuff. a really good remix. It'd be awesome if we can get Gauntlet Dark Legacy brought back with online multiplayer. I'd be all over that. Used to love this game. There are version differences. I used to know the version differences by heart, but apparently the PS2 version is like the hardest version of this game. So if you've played other versions, there's actually like differences that make this version harder than, say, like the GameCube version or something, for example. PSP games. Yes, I've been streaming for a long time, Tonka. Oh man, I always wondered how Myst is on the 3DS. Have any of you played Myst on 3DS? How is the 3D effect? It's actually got to look pretty cool, right? They have to use 3D. Don't tell me they don't use 3D in this game. They have to. Sunsoft put this version out? Really? Hold on. They published it? So I'm assuming Maximum Games is the developer, and then the publisher is Sunsoft? Myst 3DS does not use 3D. That's crazy. What a missed opportunity. That's silly. Myst in 3D was such a missed opportunity. That could have been so cool. Yeah, a missed opportunity, exactly. See, we got our listings pushed down quite a bit there because I took a while to scroll through it. This is that random PS4 game that I got signed by the voice actor for the main character. It didn't really cost anything extra, and then I played the game and realized all the guy does is say like 10 words and scream the entire game. So yeah, not the most flattering signed copy of a game that I have. Picto image from Sega. I can't say I'm familiar with this one. Looks charming. Whether you draw stick figures or virtual masterpieces, jump into 8-player battles with the first team to guess the image being drawn wins. Oh, I'm sure this is a very mature, you know, totally civilized game to play with your friends. Pick from a huge word list. Even add in some of your own words. Oh no. No, you don't want to do that. And show off your favorite drawings in the gallery. Actually sounds kind of fun though if you were to play it. Man, these Shenmue remixes are kind of cool. I still see arcade cabinets when I drive by laundromats sometimes. Still see some of them with them in there. Do you think this is like the cheapest N64 game you can buy on eBay right now, including shipping, complete in the box? I'd say $20 for a ship it to someone's house, 20 bucks. That's pretty cheap for an N64 game. Or NASCAR. I had to like read your name for a moment. Gundel Whittlebaum. Hopefully I said that correctly. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining as a member. Don't forget to check out the new vlog that I uploaded yesterday, among many other videos that you can check out now that you join. Appreciate it very much. Oh, Tenchu Z has come down in price. During the 360 apocalypse, this was like $60 to $70. Diner Dash Flow on the Go, $38. The more you know, right? Who would ever think this would be an expensive game? Don't underestimate the soccer moms that are getting nostalgic for their DS games. Though I have heard that like those Diner Dash games are pretty fun, even from people you wouldn't think would play them. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, right now is a really good time to buy 360 games. The prices are very reasonable right now compared to what they were. That's a clever... That's a Cuphead cup with a giant straw. I like that. Don't sleep on SnowRunner, by the way. I really enjoyed when I streamed this game. Telling you, you may not think this is a game you'd enjoy, but man, let me tell you. Fun as hell. If you need convincing, just look it up. It's on my second channel. I uploaded the VOD, like, earlier last year, I think. Just look up SnowRunner on my VOD channel. Or just type in SnowRunner in my name, you'll find it. You can watch it, see what all the fuss is about. Something just very satisfying about getting stuck in the snow and then having to haul yourself out. I just can't explain it. I don't have Mud Runner, no. Not a physical copy of it, at least. See what people are paying for games. Let's do a sold search. See what people bought tonight. In this very moment. I appreciate it, for real, fan. Did they ever release Mud Runner on anything newer than the PS4? Or was that like the last copy they released? Yeah, I'm probably only going to have my P.O. box for like another month and a half. I forget when it expires. I think in a month. So, you know, I'm sure I'll activate it at some point again. I mean, I can't guarantee it. I'm not sure if I'm going to renew it. Why is SnowRunner 130 on PSN? I have no idea. Maybe it's some kind of like mega deluxe edition. I don't think I ever played Shrek on the original Xbox. I'm actually kind of curious about it now. I get very nostalgic about launch games. I think this was a launch game for the original Xbox. I get so curious about launch games I haven't played. Any purchases? Oh, I just link things for other people to buy. I don't know if anybody's bought things I've linked. Magna Carta also getting much cheaper. Shrek was bad. Well, don't make me too excited to play it now. The worse you make it sound, the more excited I am to play it. Why Resident Evil 2, 3, and Code Veronica is so coveted on GameCube. It's just got to be a GameCube thing. The combination of the popularity of Resident Evil and the GameCube just kind of culminate together. It's mostly probably like it might honestly go to people that maybe only have a GameCube right now and don't have alternatives. So that's the version they go with. I'd also imagine they're not super common games. They're probably more on the uncommon side for those versions. It's a good game. Sega CD Terminator. Wonder if that's seen a price increase a little bit because of the new game. $16 for Monsters vs. Aliens. Wow. The more you know. That's why it's important to look at sold listings. That's way more than I would have imagined for that game. Do I have a Switch 2? I do. Now we just mentioned Resident Evil Code Veronica, and now we're getting a Code Veronica song. How crazy. There's been so many coincidences tonight with that. You looked at a list of all the Switch 2 releases for 2026. I honestly don't even remember the full list of Switch 2 games that are supposed to come out. 2026 in general is definitely lighter on the side of things of games I'm like that we know about that I'm like dying to play day one. Tell you one thing I gotta do though, I gotta play more MotorStorm games. I still have not played anything past the first MotorStorm, so I know I got some cool stuff to look forward to with that, especially Pacific Rift. I almost said Pacific Rim. I'm like, wait, which one again? Is it the giant mecha movie? I don't know if I could just take your name and search for it on here, Norg. You'd have to give me like a title to one of your listings that'll help me find it. A vintage black chicken teapot with lid. For some reason under the video game category. Yeah, Pacific Rift always looked amazing to me. Wow, Manhunt 2 is getting pricey on PS2. Holy moly. Almost $100 for it now. I'm really glad I finally played the first Manhunt, though, because now Manhunt 2 is on the chopping block for future Octobers. No problem, no rush. Thank you, Frillfin. Manhunt 2 is on Wii. Manhunt 1 on Wii would have been pretty cool. Stranger Things 3, the game? I don't even remember that being a thing. So was the ending of Stranger Things, obviously no spoilers for people that are still watching it, but for those that did watch it, was it worth it? Was like the ending worth the wait all these years? I didn't bother with the latest season. Seven out of 10 ending. Would you say it was more disappointing or better than the season finale for Game of Thrones? Series finale, rather. Better than Game of Thrones, okay. Nowhere near Game of Thrones, okay, so not a complete travesty. $25, $30 shipped for NHL Hits 2003. See, this is why it's very important to look at sold listings. Like, if you're wanting to know the next time you're looking at a lot of games or you're out in like a thrift store, most people, if they saw NHL Hits, they'd be like, oh, that's a worthless sports game. $30. Look at that. Just Dance 1, 2, and 3 on the Kinect. $35. Oh, and Dance Central. Actually, sorry, it's Dance Central, not Just Dance. Dance Central 1, 2, and 3. Another game that I think if you saw it in like a bargain bin for $3 you'd pass on. Holy smokes, yeah. Silent Hill 3 is getting crazy. This has gotta be with the soundtrack, right? It's gotta be. Yeah. Excited for the Street Fighter movie. I wouldn't say I'm excited for it, but honestly the trailer looked fun. I'm not usually into those kind of like movies much, but it looked like a fun movie to go to the theaters and see right now, based on what we've seen. It's got that like cheesy 90s feel to it, which I like. What an ugly cover that is. Oh my goodness. That's got to be pretty rare though. I think this is literally like my first time actually seeing this cover. Look at that. Any of you ever seen this before? I've never seen it. Dual pack. Your local store has that for 60 complete. Yeah, it's pretty uncommon. Have I ever played Mega Man Extreme? I have not. I have not. A pink flamingo neon light from Cracker Barrel. For $30 plus $14 shipping. The same people that buy something like that are the people that will berate you for buying retro games, right? Like they're on here buying pink flamingo neon lights from Cracker Barrel. We're here buying PS1 RPGs. Alice Madness returns $80 on PS3. I think the 360 copy is a bit cheaper than that, luckily. A remake that has been praised as being as good as the original? Probably the Demon Souls remake. Remaster. If you count it as a... Well, that's more of a remaster. Remake? The only one that comes to mind is like Resident Evil 2. Or that one is like really coveted. Shadow of the Colossus remake, yeah. Yeah, that would definitely be another one. Isn't it crazy how Demon Souls is still one of the best looking PS5 games and it's a launch game? It's just so crazy. What is going on, PS5? Where's that Unreal demo, tech demo that you showed us before the console launched? Where are those games? Where's the Unreal Engine Matrix demo game? I'm looking forward to Dragon Quest VII Remake. I'm definitely looking forward to it because I never played any version of Dragon Quest VII before. So I think this will be a good way to play it. I played 8 last year, yep. Rise Center Room was like that. Rise definitely was one of the best looking Xbox One games for quite a while. I'm gonna stream Rise again. Very soon, actually. Maybe I'll make that one of the next games I stream. What do you guys think about that? I've been talking that game up for so many years now. You know, because last time I played it was for the The day before the Series X came out, that's what I played to get excited for the Series X. Haven't played it since. Yeah, I like Rez. Maybe I'll make that one of the first games I stream after we're done with Jack and Daxter. I'll stream it on the main YouTube channel too. I like that game. I think it's a great game. It scratches that itch of like that bygone era of like, it's a little bit more advanced than a 360 hack and slash. It was one of the last action games to come out, like a third-person action game, before they felt the need to go all Ubisoft style. Right? It was just straightforward, simple combo system, linear game, great visuals, not too long, good production values. And that's everything I'm looking for from an action game these days. And we can gather the troops and we can play online. Alright, so tell your grandmothers, tell your sisters, tell your uncles, when I'm streaming Rise, you know, maybe the first stream, it'll just, you know, be the story, or maybe like we do 2 streams of it. But I'm pretty sure you can still play it online, so we can get some deathmatch going, and we can get everybody in, everybody that has the game, and I know you all have Rise. Resurrect the servers. Because the multiplayer was fun. It was a good multiplayer game. Unfortunately, they kind of ruined it with weird microtransaction stuff, but we don't got to worry about that now. Have to pay for game. Oh, damn, you're right. Damn, we do need Game Pass to play that online. Ugh. Well, you could just get the base version, right? How cheap is like the cheapest for core? Wow, $60. Oh, that's for the Australian version. I was gonna say $60 for Zoop. Zoop, one of my all-time favorite puzzle games. So underrated. Why does the Australian version matter? Different prices. It's not the same as the North American versions. They might be... Zoop could be like, for all we know, a super rare game from Australia, which is why it's more money. I don't know. I don't follow those regions. PS2 version of Rez. PS2 version of Rez is still really a good way to play the game. Rez is one of my all-time favorites. I love Rez. 10 out of 10 game. I do not have a chromatic now. Yeah, I bring that up a lot. I'm glad I'm not the only one that remembers when Rez and Guitar Man were the 2 single most expensive games on PS2. That and Marvel vs. Capcom 2. But Rez and Guitar Man, before they got reprints from GameStop, which was still one of the weirdest things ever, they were 2 of the hardest to find games. They were some of the first PS2 games to crack the $100 barrier. And then randomly, out of nowhere, GameStop got reprints of both of those games. You remember that? It's just so weird. Hello, word up. Is there a way to know if a copy is a GameStop reprint? Not that I'm aware of. Especially if it's opened. If it's open, there's probably no way to tell. The only way to know is if you have a used copy with a GameStop sticker that probably has a date on it that was close to the game's release. Kuwan's getting up there, yes. Yeah, I kind of remember that Xenoblade fiasco. Luckily, I didn't have to worry about that because I bought the game when it was new, but you had to feel bad for the people that were trying to get a copy of it after the fact. Oh my goodness. This is legit, by the way. Like, this is not a troll listing. $1,750. This is known as the rarest 3DS game. So good luck to those of you going for a complete 3DS collection. This is the final boss that stands in your way. Barbie, Groom, and Glam Pups. Not even sealed. Sold tonight. What is Yokai Watch 3 going for these days? $500 for complete. Wow. Is it a good game at least? I stopped playing Yokai Watch after the first game. Yokai Watch 3 is, in your opinion, the greatest 3DS game ever? Wow. I'll keep it in mind. Not that I'm going to be able to get that anytime soon, but I'll definitely keep that game in mind. See that? Glad I picked up X-Men Origins Wolverine earlier rather than later. Price is going to keep going up from here with the new Wolverine game. You got a 3DS XL last night for $190. That is certainly a good deal based on what they have been going for. Ever play Godzilla PS4? Yep. Yeah, I was just talking about that game earlier. I bought it day one and I love it. It's my favorite Godzilla game. Favorite Godzilla. It's such... I love the... I hate to say realism because it's Godzilla, but like... I love the weightiness behind that game. I love how everything takes forever to move. You feel like a kaiju. As fun as the more like beat 'em up games are, you know, the Godzilla fighting games, those are cool and all in a different way. But Godzilla on PS4 is the closest, I think, to like that feeling of actually playing a Godzilla movie. Is it worth the price? No, unless you're a hardcore Godzilla fan. If you're a hardcore Godzilla fan, I think it's a must buy and play. But if you're kind of casual about it, stay far away. Because most people do not like it. Dumazel, thank you. Hopefully I said your name right. Same to you. You really can't even compare Godzilla on PS4 to any other Godzilla games. Or like monster fighting games. It's just so different. I see Robot Alchemic Drive is going for $300. I scrolled by a listing earlier that was $250 without the manual. I knew the day would come eventually. That game is too unique and different to not become one of the more pricey PS2 games. I'm actually shocked it took this long, to be honest. A lot of these little light gun games on Wii are more expensive than you think. I scrolled by a dinosaur one earlier that was $45, and then this Gunslingers one is $40, well actually $50 pretty much with shipping. You'd be surprised how expensive some of those light gun games get on the Wii. Alright, now I think we're safe to check the auctions. We'll do one more page. Do you hate the Wii motion? I think some games it kind of enhances the gameplay, but most of them, yeah, it's just a pain in the ass. One of my favorite games on the Wii, the Core Gang. Amazing 3D platformer. But I will admit that the motion controls absolutely kill that game. Kill it. If it didn't have motion controls, it would be one of my favorite 3D platformers ever. Accuracy on Wii shooting games good? It's good. Yeah, you can definitely play light gun games on the Wii. I've played both, but it's been a very long time since I've played. Well, actually, I was starting a new playthrough of Digital Devil Saga, and I was really liking it, but my copy had some disk read problems. Or actually, no, that might have been. No, that might have actually been. Yeah, that was when my PS2 started breaking. So I had to stop my playthrough of Digital Devil Saga because the loading times were like 30 seconds per random battle. That was when my PS2 was dying. I don't think it was a disc problem. Yeah, I think Digital Devil Saga is neat. It's just like a fun little Final Fantasy X-esque game in the series. Nocturne I haven't done since the PS2 release. It's a pretty intimidating game. Yeah, no, I'm done. I've accepted I'm done with PS2 Slims. I used to love them. I'm done with them. They're all breaking on me. And the fear of the ribbon scratching discs is just too much for me. Fat PS2s all the way from here on out. Of course, reading blue disc games might be a little more difficult, but it is what it is. The newish Soul Hackers. I played an hour of that game. It was either a demo or a sponsored stream or something. I don't remember. It seemed alright. Not something I wanted to actually play the full game of. So in the Slim PS2s, there is a ribbon that when the laser like moves back and forth to read discs, sometimes there is a ribbon that like the adhesive that keeps it down can kind of like pop up further than it should, and that ribbon moves up into the space inside the Slim PS2 where your disc is spinning, and that ribbon can like pop up as your disc is spinning and scratch the disc. You'll see a ring around the disc to know if it affected your game. Or backwards compatible PS3 is the best way to play PS2 games. They're fine, but they're very delicate. I used to play a lot of my PS2 games on my backwards compatible with the PS3, but I started to fear for the thing breaking. So the only time I would use my PS3 now for a PS2 game is if it was a very specific reason to do it for a speedrun, because some PS2 games you have to use the PS3 to play them for the most optimal times. That would be the only reason. Otherwise, I would never use the PS3 for PS2 again. I just don't want it to break. But I've definitely slacked on some of the newer Godzillas and some of the later generation Godzillas. Minus one I haven't seen yet. I'm honestly waiting for an anniversary so it comes back into theaters, so I can see it the way it's meant to be seen. I didn't get a chance to see it when it first hit theaters, and I said to myself, damn. Now I gotta wait. Luckily I have a theater by me that does a lot of that kind of stuff quite often, so it's only a matter of time. What do I think of Fragile Dreams? An amazing first 10 hours. The game admittedly starts to lose me though, like midway through. But yeah, I love the beginning of Fragile Dreams. It's so good. Very depressing game. Love the atmosphere. Well, I use two different capture cards. If I'm playing older stuff, I'm using an Elgato HD60S. If I'm playing newer stuff, it's like something from AverMedia. It's many years old at this point, but it's a capture card that allows me to play in 4K while streaming, which at the time was really hard to get when the newer consoles first came out. You know what? I was gonna link this, but I'm gonna let this poor soul get Sky Odyssey for $1. Everybody deserves to play Sky Odyssey for $6 with shipping. It'll feel like one of the best purchases they've made. Best year for gaming. I think 1999 was a sweet spot too with the Dreamcast. What's the deal with Sky Odyssey? Just super underrated game in my opinion. You should watch my video I made of it on YouTube if you haven't seen it. It's the kind of game that you, over the years, you've always seen it everywhere. Bargain bins, eBay, and lots. You look at it and you're like, eh. But let me tell you, you finally sit down and play that game, mind-blowing. Such an awesome game. Yeah, that Beast Wars was there last week. Shockingly, nobody bid on it. I wonder why. Skygunner was cool, but I really hated the final level in that game. It drove me crazy. I don't remember specifically what I hated about that level, but it really made me like the game less. Long, difficult, tedious level is all I can recall. Did I collect toys and action figures? No, not really. I bought a lot of them way back in the day. Gaming stuff, when it was, you know, cheap and not as crazy as it is now. Ghost Runner? You gotta remind me what that even is, it sounds familiar. Do I think the price of Disney Infinity figures will ever go up? I wouldn't count on that. Those things are so mass-produced. Here's the thing about Disney Infinity figures. Unlike Skylanders, which is a good comparison, Skylanders was Skylanders, right? It's not like there's a universe of Skylanders that still exists. Disney Infinity, there's like a million other things that Disney fans can collect. So I think that reason alone will never really revive the demand for those things, because Disney fans have like already moved on. They've got so many other things to worry about. Will Pokemon games always be in demand? Absolutely. And it doesn't matter what Nintendo does. They can take every single Pokemon game and re-release it digitally right now on the Switch. Wouldn't matter, the games would still be selling like hotcakes. Oh, that game. Yeah, I haven't played Ghost Runner. That's what I was imagining in my head, but I just wanted to be sure. Yeah, I haven't played it. Skylanders continue to be worth decent money, yes. Certain rare ones are still worth a ton. I was really hoping the Skylanders revival was gonna come true. It was definitely in the works, but I think it got canned. They're reusing Infinity molds to make cheap figures without the NFC tags to sell in the Disney store. Oh, you're probably not wrong. Probably not wrong. Yeah, Skylanders just started falling off. Right? Like unfortunately the fad didn't stick for it. The game just started selling less and less. Skylanders Imaginators was like a huge flop. And that was it. The only Skylanders I ever played was Swap Team, and it was a genuinely amazing game. It was really well made. Like, it was fun as hell. People make fun of Skylanders until they actually play it and they realize, like, whoa, hold on. These games are actually good. Because they actually are. They're fun, Diablo-style beat-em-up games. Isn't this insane? Like, we just get done talking about Disney Infinity, and who shows up? Star Wars Disney Infinity. I did buy this, whatever year it was, when Black Friday sale, it was on sale for like, what, $10 probably? Something ridiculously cheap. I bought it and never opened it. I'm not even sure I'd be able to get rid of this at this point. Not me, Rogelio, no. Starlink, another game that it's a little bit, you know, came out too soon, or too late rather. If that would have came out right around the time of Skylanders, maybe it would have had a better chance. But by the time that came out, people were kind of moving away from that Toys to Life stuff. Golf? Never heard of that. I've heard good things about Starlink from the people that tried it. Yes, I've heard it's fun. Let's see what kind of PS2 lot is ending at 12:30 at night. So we got 2 PS2s and a slim PS2. We've got Hit and Run, Dragon Quest 8. A lot of like $15 to $20 games in here. Leisure Suit Larry. Man, this would be a pretty solid lot if it wasn't starting bid of $650. You do need figures to play the Skylanders games, yes. You can play with just one figure, but you're not going to really be able to do much. I have not played Alice yet, no. It's on the bucket list. I'm sure it'll show up one of these Octobers. On my streams. You were going to steal your sack of Xbox One games that's not even worth selling. Ah, yes. The troubles of regretting being an Xbox One collector. It's pretty brutal out there in Xbox One land right now. It's like, man, you're just better off holding on to these things. I speedrun games. In the last couple of years, I definitely haven't done too much speedrunning of games, but in the years past, I was a bit obsessed with speedrunning games, yes. I can show you. Real quick, the games I've done. Sadly, Twitch removed like all their old VODs, so like most of these you can't like click on it and watch my runs unless I put it on YouTube, so most of these links are broken now. And I'm like just so lazy to correct this. But here's my speedrun page. So as you can see, the last time I did a full game speedrun was 3 years ago for Beautiful Katamari. These are my placements. Level runs was a little more recent, I believe. Or was it just Katamari? Damn, this website is slow. Oh, Snowboard Kids, right? My first place run for Rookie Mountain. And then Eco. But the ones that really matter here are full game. Man, speedrun.com is slow as heck. That's crazy. Last time I was online 5 months ago, oh my goodness. The people that are submitting runs must hate me. Oh, I'm very sorry to hear 30. Sorry about that. But yeah, we found some decent stuff tonight. Just showing people speedrun.com on the YouTube side because a lot of them are probably unfamiliar with it. See? I did speedruns of Double Dragon Zebo. Other people came out and started using emulators, but at that point I'm just like, I don't care. Like use your emulators. I really don't care. Has a huge advantage over playing on an actual Zebo. Pokemon Yellow. Oh yeah, the one time I did a couple speedruns for Pokemon Yellow. Amazing speedrun, very challenging. Final Fantasy 13. Look, I'm second place in the world for the Xbox version. Double Dragon Zebo is the only one that matters exactly. Eternal Ring, amazing speedrun. Wait, how am I third place? Did nobody ever seriously do more runs? Are we for real? Hold on. Yeah, oh. Wait, have they always had this separated by console? I don't think they have. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I think they used to have them all bundled together. My time is actually not that far off from the world record for the PS4 version. PS2. They separated it by PS5 now, huh? Man, it's a great speedrun. Unfortunately, one of the tricks in the game is like incredibly difficult, which is why I never really went back to it. And it's pretty late in the run, so if you mess it up, you're in trouble. Easter Bunny's Big Day, Final Fantasy X, which took 11 hours. That was my first ever completed run of the game. Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, beat that in 37 minutes. Yes, you can speedrun Parappa the Rapper. I still honestly cannot explain how I was so good at this game. I literally just like, I played the game and I'm like, oh, I wonder if you can speedrun this game. And it turns out that you can, but I just out of nowhere, my time has been eclipsed by a couple, there's a couple of new times on here. So I used to be 4th place. But as you can see, there's a lot of speedrunners, and I don't know what it was with me in this game. I just came out of nowhere and I'm just like, yeah, 3rd place, boom. But you actually can speedrun Parappa. I know that sounds crazy, but you can. Lassie, the goat. Ridge Racer 6, Astra's Playroom. Devilish, great game. Other random ones, Devil Crush. Some of these I don't even remember doing, but I did. Chase HQ2, Outrun. Eco, of course. Which is still a very competitive time. Like, 131 is still, like, incredibly good in that game. Gungrave, Core Gang. Which is one of my favorite speedruns. Panzer Dragoon remake. Oh, my time was archived? Orphaned? Okay, interesting. Someone must have got control of the leaderboard. Barbie, the greatest of all time. You think I'm joking about Barbie? No, that game is for real. You want... Oh, that's right. I don't have... the stream isn't on there anymore. Damn. My layout for Barbie was all hot pink when I was streaming that game. Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast, which I made a huge in-depth tutorial for back in the day. I used to have a very competitive time on this. Pushed down a bit over the years, 5 years ago. I'm surprised people are still doing it, that's cool. But at the time, I think I had world record. So I made a guide on how to speedrun the automatic. No, they did not. They deleted my guide. Oh, you know why? Because it was probably a Twitch VOD. And then the VOD disappeared because Twitch deleted it. Oh, man. I'm sad about that. I put so much time into that guide. It was a video guide. It was like an hour long telling you how to speedrun this mode that takes like 12 minutes. That's crazy. Damn. I got so intricate on how to like turn and do every little thing. Is it saved? It might be. I don't know. I'm not sure. Hopefully. Damn, that was one of my best guides. I think I have my guide of Eternal Ring on here, do I? I do. Look at that. Any percent win route. There's my speedrun guide. Look at that. There you go. There's my speedrun notes. Look at how in-depth my speedrun notes are for Eternal Ring. Now, I wouldn't just make notes. I'd make guides. Look at this. Guides with images. Color coding. This is really not made to look at in dark mode. There you go. If you ever want to speedrun Eternal Ring with an old route. There you go. Oh, this is the hardest trick in the game. I tried to make a visual guide for it with like where to stand. There's all these different planes. You clip out of bounds here. Very hard to explain without like a video guide. Love Eternal Ring. Sonic Game World. Of course I've done speedrun of that game. Wait, emulation? Oh, hell no. No, they did not. They put me under... Hold on, let me make sure. Okay, alright. Not emulated. So I have the only legit speedrun of this game because, in my opinion, the people that use emulator throw it in the trash. Because if you're emulating the Pico, you're not getting the full Pico experience. If you're sitting there with a mouse and keyboard, no. No. It's all about that giant gamepad. Fisher-Price toy. Got to speedrun with the OG hardware. How do I go back? I keep forgetting how slow this freaking site is. It takes forever to load anything. I gotta go back to my entire profile. So yeah, as you can see, I was maybe a tad into speedrunning. I still have second place in Res Speedrun for console. That's actually, 5 years standing. That's pretty commendable. That's pretty good. 5 years standing. I used to have world record. So that's the PC version. Way different using a mouse. Like, it's a completely different game. But if you're using a controller on console, only beat by somebody from Japan. And you know what? If I'm going to be beat by somebody from Japan, I'll accept it. I'll take it. Oh, I forgot I did Kuririn Squash. Harvest Moon saved the homeland. I actually got a new world record in horse race. I reclaimed the record. I'm actually first place, but then I never uploaded the run because I'm like, I knew I could improve it and I never did. So, whoops. Panzer Dragoon Mini still got the record in that, but that's because I don't think anybody else has done a speedrun. Sorcerer's Kingdom, Blue Reflection, very hard speedrun to get into. Dr. Hauser console, great speedrun. Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. I used to be way higher on this, but then people started discovering like way better tech that wasn't around when I was playing it. Which pretty much gives you carpal tunnel, and I don't want carpal tunnel, so no more speedruns of that game for me. And then the GOAT, the greatest speedrun of all time. 6 years ago. 6 years, and I still have 9th place. That just shows you the grind that I put into this game. And we also merged emulator runs, which in my opinion is not fair, because when you're playing on emulator, that means you can... There's a lot of... It's a lot different playing this game on an emulator versus actual GameCube, in my opinion. Plus, you can choose whatever controller you want. But, yeah, here's how many speedruns there are. There are 111 speedruns for this category. And I'm still in the top 10. With old routes and old tech. Look at that. I actually have the oldest standing... I mean, sorry, Daily is, but like in terms of... The fact that I'm still in the top 10 competing with people that have speedrun this like in recent years. And I'm using an old, outdated route. Because these new times up here, this is using a new strats that were not a thing when I was doing this. Let's see if my guide is still up there. It's probably a broken link. Yeah. 80% no out of bounds video guide. Pre-counter drift. See, pre-counter drift. It's a big tech discovery. Did I upload? Oh, it's still on Twitch. Excuse me. They're blocking me from watching the video because the ad blocker took the ad out. Alright. Screw you too, speedrun.com. What would it take to get #1 in Sonic R? I can't. No, it's pretty much impossible. Because the person that has the #1 record, they're pretty hardcore. If you submit a time that beats any of their times, they won't approve your run until they beat your time, and then they approve it so that you're always second place. So, good luck. They're a very skilled individual. Like, they're very good at the game, but they will not let you have a record. Which is pretty messed up in my opinion. It's a young kid. They don't have carpal tunnel yet, right? Like, they've got that endurance. They're pretty young. They got years ahead of them before they... Believe me, they are going to be suffering later in life to speedrunning Sonic R. The game is no joke with the shoulder buttons. Star Wars Flight of the Falcon. One of my most proud speedruns. Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. A completely busted speedrun. I don't think I have my guide on here. No, that's an old, out-of-date guide. I have my speedrun of this is on my second YouTube channel. LSD Dream Emulator. Yes, you can speedrun that game. 365 days, which means falling off a ledge or dying in the game 365 days in a row, which took just under 4 hours for me. Lucian's Quest, another one of my more proud speedruns. I actually still have the world record in the console 3DO version. For the North American version. Not that I think many have been... Oh, that's right, I got the world record for this during a speedrun marathon. That's pretty cool. Forgot that happened. But yeah, I routed this game out. I did the full route. Well, that's why I have the record, because no one else is doing speedruns of that. At least the set. No run. Oh, that's so sad. Oh no. What? Oh, I'm really disappointed with that. There was another speedrunner that submitted a run for the Japanese Saturn version, and it was a really impressive speedrun, and it's gone. Wow. Well, that makes me sad. Oh, I don't think I'll ever be able to find that ever again. Okay, no, I take it back. This is the one of the crowning jewels. Man, it's fun to look back through all these old speedruns. This here, if you know, you freaking know. See, even Nostalgic Dan was like, screw this, I'm done at 12.5 minutes. I can't take it. This is one of my most proud speedruns of all time. Irritating Stick. If you've played Irritating Stick, imagine playing through this game at breakneck speed and beating it in 10 minutes and trying to do it without ever dying. I think I actually got the record for this at Games Done Quick. I think this is my record time. Apparently doing deep breathing to reduce my heart rate during Irritating Stick speedruns is helpful. Oh no, wait, this wasn't a world record at GDQ, was it? Come on, why is the video not loading? Why is speedrun being super slow? What the hell? Whatever. One of my most proud achievements. That game is insane. Absolutely insane. To play at that level. Mawaza, Oh No, Twin Goddesses, Snowboard Kids, which, yeah, my individual level runs are better. Second place in Baroque still. Of course, we had to do speedruns of Peach Ball, Senra, and Kagura. I did some speedruns on Kung Fu Road, Star Speeder, on the Super Cassette Vision, Lupin the Third, Space Giraffe, Hump Day, Clonodor to Phantomile, which, yeah, my speedrun for that has been knocked down quite a bit over the years, but I used to have a pretty decent time on that. Team Sonic Race, wow, I forgot I did speedruns on that, what the hell? Outrun 2, oh no, sorry, wait a minute. No, that's right, I made the guide for Outrun 2, not Outrun 2 Coast to Coast. Okay, my guide should still be in here, I take it back. Yeah, I went way harder on this one, not Coast to Coast. Yeah, look at my time. 29. I'm still 6-7 years later in the top 5. My guide should still be in here. Yep, there it is. Route A video tutorial. I don't know if it's broken. Nope, I'd have to re-upload it. But yeah, one of my most in-depth guides. Sadly, Twitch just broke speedrun.com. Show the video. I don't know if I have Irritating Stick on YouTube. Let me see. Irritating Stick. My GDQ... Oh no, I do have it. It's on YouTube. Yeah, I have it on here. Here it is. Alright, this will only look impressive to those of you that have actually played Irritating Stick before. But this is at full speed. It was all fun and games earlier. So, how this game works, you use your analog controller, and I'm essentially moving a stick, but it's a top-down view. It's like playing Operation. There's a game show from Japan that's based off of this. You like move the stick through the obstacle course. If I touch any of those barriers, like the top or the bottom line there, the bar gets zapped and you die and you start all over. So I am playing, this is the speed, this is max speed here, so when I have it on 5 speed, that's as fast as the game can go. This is the first course in the game. It is extremely sensitive, and what I'm doing right here, for you to do what I'm doing right here, would probably take, I would say, 4 to 5 hours of practice, non-stop, to even get to this level of being able to play like this. I know it may not look that crazy, but that's only the first level, right? Oh, I think I go... Hold on, I think I go for the crazy skip in this level. Yeah, look at the screen starts rotating. I'm still doing all this at max speed. I'm gonna go for a skip here. Watch how fast I do this. Boom! Right through there. Look at that. Man, I missed the speedrun for this game. Hold on, let me We gotta put that in slow motion. You can appreciate what I just did there. So if I hit any of this white part of the bar, I die. Any of the white, any of the gray and black is fine. But look at this. Look at this little window I have right here to squeak through there. By the pixel. Now, I want to remind you I did this live on stage at Games Done Quick. And I was doing these things live in front of an audience. I almost beat my world record live on stage for this game. Here's another insane one. Like, oh man, I missed this game. Look at these movements. Watch how I go through this. Look at that. If you've played this game, you understand how insane this is. I have to lower the speed here. Look at this. This game is insane. If you try and go through there at 5 speed, you're just dead. There's no possibility. Okay. So this is the whole game. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite PS1 games. Oh, here's one of the best parts of the game. Alright, let's see. Any other fun highlights in here? Some of the later levels get crazy. Oh yeah, the freaking Uzumaki swirl. That's a really hard part too. See the last level. Oh yeah, this is hard too. I think this entire run has one death. One death. I don't remember where I die. That's the only mistake in the entire run. If I do this deathless, we might have it. I think I died in advanced, because I say I lost like 10 seconds. Oh, is this the teacups? Watch the teacups. Watch this. I think I go for the skip here. Do I go for it? Oh, I do go for the outer edge. Oh, I freaking do. Look at how risky this is. You want to beat my world record? You go for it. Have fun. Have fun. I was in my like prime focus mode in this time of my speedrunning career. I was not messing around. Okay, here's the final level. That's an old resub. Thank you, Gunblade. 6 years later. Thank you for your 2 months. This is the finale of the game right here. So easy to die here. I've lost so many runs to this section here. My finger started slipping. You have no idea how hard it is to take this angle fast up this mountain, by the way. Like, it's so sensitive. Here it is, the final drop. This is the scariest part. Sorry, I'm on world record pace right now. You'll have to forgive me. This angle, this final turn right here kills so many runs. Right there. I know it looks easy, but it's very hard. And then this part here. Full speed once again. Oh, did you see that? How close I came? That would have lost world record, by the way. I came within a pixel. Watch that. Watch how close this comes to hitting the wall. Right here. Right somewhere over here. Right there. Guy just screaming in the background. And there it is. World record. Oh my god, we got. So that's Irritating Stick. What other fun gems do we have in here? Lucifer, Ring, Mobile Suit Gundam, Journey to Dorr, Klonoa 2, Great Speedrun. It's a little long. Vane, World Record, Ephemeral Fantasia. Which, yeah, I don't care if my time in this is like a couple hours slower than the world record. It is still something I'm very proud of. Because I was the first person outside of the guy from Japan that completed a speedrun of this. Very hard to do. Phantasy Star. I think I still have my guide up for Phantasy Star for the Switch remaster. Yeah, Sega ages any %. This is one of the hardest speedruns I ever tried to pull off. Because it never stops. The game is so fast. Like, look, imagine having to read these notes and play the game at the same time at like ×5 speed or ×3 speed, whatever it was. I made this guide, I made all these maps. I hand-made these freaking maps with the arrows and everything to show where you enter a dungeon, where the items are. So I'd be trying, because you gotta remember the dungeons in Phantasy Star all look the same. Right, you go into a dungeon, it's all blue, it's all the same color, it's very hard, it's literally a maze. So imagine having to like memorize all this stuff. So when you're new to the speedrun, I had to make these maps, and I would show arrows on like the way to go. Purple means that's where I start. Red is where I follow. If you deviate and make a, like, look at this one, right? So like you start here, you go here. Blue means you go this way first to grab something and then backtrack out and then follow the red. This is why I got so stressed speedrunning this game, because I have to read this while reading chat and also never getting a pause in the game. Like, it's because you can play this version at double speed or triple speed or whatever it was. So it was insane to do this version. Imagine beating Phantasy Star in an hour, right? Like, just let that process for you for a moment, how fast this version is. Wait until you see the late game dungeon maps. I can't even tell you how many hours I had to put into these freaking guides, but hopefully it helped at least one person. Yeah, these are the late game maps now, and they are I know it may not look like much, but you gotta remember, I'm only showing like the route that you follow. There's a ton of other areas in these maps that are not shown and uncovered. That's it. Oh no, I closed my speed. We made it so far. I gotta take people through the whole journey. We can't stop there. And after I go through this, if you have any questions, I'll answer them. I'm trying to just focus on this, getting through this, so that I don't want to waste too much time on this. So I'll answer questions afterwards. Nickelodeon Kart Racer, Autobahn Tokyo. Not surprised, I'm the only one that's still done that. Love Extreme G3, that was a fun speedrun. Dark Cloud, of course. Still very proud of the Japanese speedrun. I don't care what anybody says. Being able to beat the Japanese and the English version of Dark Cloud in 8.5 and 9.5 hours is... I'll take it. That's an achievement. Urban Yeti. This one kills me. Because this is not the world record. I got the world record at Games Done Quick, right? No, I can't remember. Was that a record run? Well, anyway, it was like a big meme run at GDQ that year. I came home and to celebrate, I did more speedruns of Urban Yeti, and I ended up destroying my record. Like, it was the perfect run, nearly. I think it was like a 19-minute run or something crazy. And I never saved it. And I never uploaded it. And I'll probably never go back and do it again, so... Yeah, it may be the record time, but I know it's not the best record time. Bubsy Willie Strike Back Star Wars Super Bombad Racing, which is an amazing speedrun. Someone did finally take down my record for Spider-Man. That's right, my Spider-Man Web of Fire speedrun was my world record attempt. But they did use an emulator, I believe. So it is what I don't really care anymore. It's like if they want to use an emulator, let them. But this game has some lag, so I have to imagine the emulator has unfair advantages. Club Drive, still first place, apparently. I'll take it. Flintstones, great speedrun. The Bouncer, really fun speedrun. Super underrated Super Famicom game. New Gear, Umi Tokaze. Spawn, still got the world record in hard mode. Listen, I'll take it. That game is not easy in hard. Mulaka, Torin, Okage Shadow King, which has a new route, by the way. Like, if I wanted to come back and speedrun this game, I can, like, shave off 2 hours of this game now, which is crazy. Sonic 06, which I've put so much time into practicing. And not as much time into actually speedrunning the game. So that's like the one speedrun I ever did. I think it's like my second speedrun. I put in so much time practicing it, though. If I ever went back to it and, like, put in the time again and really put my mind to it, that can go easily under an hour. Bubsy 3D, which I used to have the world record on with this time. Still a commendable time, though. Still a very commendable time. Especially for the fact that it's... look at all the people that came after me and they still couldn't beat it. Right? 8 years ago. Almost 9 years ago, and my time is still the 4th best. Even with the new routes and everything, like... Because it's been updated, there's new routes. Still, other people haven't beat it. So, I went hard on Bubsy 3D. Skylar and Pluck's Adventure on Clover Island was the one that started it all. This was the original game I speedran. Well, I take it back. The first game I was interested in practice speedrunning was Splatterhouse. But I never committed to fully finishing a run of that. This was the first game that I fully committed to finishing a run. And the saddest part about this game, it is now removed from PlayStation. This was a PS4 exclusive, and it was on PC. But I also believe the PC version's down now. You can't buy this game anymore. It's done. It's off of the storefronts. And it's a really cool 3D platformer. So yeah, that's the speedrun journey. I've done a lot of other speedruns that admittedly, like, I had never submitted a lot of them to the leaderboards. So I've done quite a bit over the years that aren't even on here. So yeah, there you go. You asked if I ever speedran a game, and I hope that answer is suitable. I'm not even sure the Jank Cthulhu game I did. What one was that again? Oh, was it that platform, that 2D platformer? That one that was like $1 on PSN? Oh, that one. Yeah, and I found the skip to jump over the boss. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I didn't even bother submitting that. Yeah, so I wasn't reading chat during all of that because I didn't want to lose focus. I didn't want to be looking at my speedrun stuff for too long. So if you had a question about any of that stuff, just let me know. I can see it now. Next speedrun, I have no idea. Honestly, I'm kind of eyeing Jack and Daxter, I'm not going to lie. But if I did it, I'd have to do the PS2 version. What was that racing one I did at GDQ? That was Club Drive. I went to GDQ like 3 or 4 times. I don't do GDQ anymore, though. Completely done. That was years and years ago. Yeah. First time I went, I did Club Drive and Spider-Man on 32X. So Club Drive on Jaguar, Spider-Man on 32X. Next time I went, I did Urban Yeti, I think. And then the next time I went, I did Irritating Stick and Mawaza. There might have been another. I don't even remember anymore. Gonna make a guide for a Japanese game. Yeah, those are pretty brutal. I haven't done that in a long time. A million channel point reward. You know, the crazy part, Zim, is I think there's some people that have literally millions of channel points. So even if I came up with a 1,000,000-point channel reward, they'd be able to redeem whatever it is multiple times. Don't underestimate the power of people that hoard channel points. Yeah, I miss speedrunning, that's for sure. But like, believe me, I'm always in the mood to speedrun. It's just there's just so many things you got to consider. Like, is it going to be worth the time to learn? Will people watch the actual? I think the biggest concern is, will people watch the grind of the game I pick as the speedrun? I think that's the biggest factor for me, right? Because it sucks to put in a ton of time learning a speedrun, and then you find out that it's just a terrible game that nobody wants to watch speedruns of over and over. Which kind of happened with, like, Katamari, right? Like, I was getting really into Katamari speedruns. They're great speedruns, like, I love them, but they are one of the worst speedruns to watch, because in your mind, you know everything that you're calculating on the fly with, like, size and, like, picking up objects. But to everybody else, it looks like you're just playing the game normally. So it's like, you gotta be very selective in what ones you choose to go for. And if you're gonna practice Katamari speedruns, you gotta put in some immense amounts of time. They're not easy. I also would like to pick a speedrun that's not going to give me hand pain. I have a knack for picking ones that give me hand pain. How do you speedrun Animal Crossing? I'm not sure. People do it, though. Not really sure. Yeah, and some of them have no breaks, yeah. The days of doing a 10+ hour speedrun without a single break, probably mostly over. Those are just so brutal. Well, Final Fantasy 13 allows you to take a single 5-minute break now. That they factor into the time at the end. They'll like remove the 5 minutes. I tried to convince the Dark Cloud moderators. Like, I'm a Dark Cloud moderator for the speedruns. I tried to convince the other moderators to do, like, what Final Fantasy does. Allow us to take a freaking single 5-minute break and just factor it out of the time. But they're all a bunch of young kids. So they don't feel the fatigue of sitting there for 10 hours without a single break. They're just like, whatever. It's fine. I'm just like, man. It deters so many people from speedrunning Dark Cloud. Just do what 13 does and like a million other speedruns. Allow people to take a 5-minute break. And then at the end of the speedrun, you just factor those 5 minutes out of the run. Is it that much to ask? All kinds of reasons, Caleb. Just no interest in it anymore. Not them, at least. I'm done with I'm not traveling to marathons anymore. Yeah, I should have never added them as a moderator. I added them as mods. I should have just kept, because it used to be moderated by Cordelium. For those of you that know him, big RPG speedrunner for Final Fantasy VIII, Xenogears. He used to be the only mod. He quit modding on speedrun.com. I took over because I was like the only active speedrunner for that game at the time. Like, I applied to take moderator, so I was the only one. And then I added the others out of courtesy. Now, if I had never done that, I could be like, yeah, we're taking a nice 20-minute break in the middle of this speedrun. Well, a lot of long speedruns that don't have breaks have started to allow it, because people have started to realize that, yeah, sitting there for 8 hours straight without being able to do a single thing other than play the game is pretty unhealthy. So a lot of the longer, intense speedruns have started to add like allowances for small breaks in the middle of it, or whenever you choose. No pee breaks, not unless you're looking to sacrifice time. I think we caught all the good auctions earlier. It's probably too late now for the good ones. What's the longest speedrun? There's some long ones out there. Probably the craziest ones that I've ever seen attempted were any of the Dark Cloud 100%, true 100% speedruns, which take nearly 2 days, like straight. And Ni no Kuni Platinum % speedrun. Any speedrun, in my opinion, that takes you more than 24 hours is pretty crazy. Batenkaitos is different though, because you're just mostly idling the console most of the time. A game where you're literally just sitting there playing it the entire time is different. TCG grading Monopoly. Good, I hope they look into it. I'm not a fan of what PSA is doing right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you need everything for Ni no Kuni Platinum. It took Palmer like 36 hours or something crazy. And he's experienced at the game. I don't know. Like this year, I'm definitely gonna do a speedrun at least for sure. Like the bug has been there. I just don't know what it's gonna be. Like there's certain ones I've always had on my mind to revisit. Not necessarily new ones, but like ones I want to go back to. Ones that I always enjoyed. So keep an eye out for them. Maybe my speedruns will make their debut live on YouTube, because I've previously only ever done them on Twitch over the years. Mirror's Edge. I think that's a very involved speedrun. I'm pretty sure that's a pretty difficult one. I mean, it looks cool. I'm not sure how I'd enjoy it, though. Ghost Runner? Nah, I got no interest in it. I like to do the ones that are a bit more sentimental to me. Or not quite as like... I don't like playing games that are sort of like made for speedrunning, if that makes sense. I like to play games that are not meant for speedrunning, but they have good speedruns. Ghost Runner is like a game that's made for speedrunning, pretty much. I'm not really usually into those ones. My favorite kind of speedruns are the ones that nobody has done the route for, and I get to find all the skips and glitches in the route of the game. Copy of Cannon Spike ending at 2:30 a.m. Not a good time to end that game. Oh yeah, I used to have... My bladder used to be way better back in the day. There was a reason I was able to do those long Dark Cloud speedruns without a pee break. Because I hadn't started speedrunning that much yet. Once you sit in the chair that long, and don't take a pee break, yeah, it's pretty brutal. Pretty brutal on the bladder. I do not recommend it. Nah, Rise of Kong is terrible. I wouldn't touch it. You're obsessed with Dark Cloud too. Yeah, I miss Dark Cloud speedruns. If I went back to Dark Cloud speedruns, I think I'd have to warm up with like Broken Dagger speedruns, just so that I can focus on remembering and learning how to play again before having to worry about weapon builds. That's the hard part. A lot of speedrunners don't stretch or get exercise either. Yeah, I mean this is why I'm feeling like I can get back into speedrunning this year, because I'm definitely taking steps to get my exercise in, to say the least. So I'm thinking it won't feel as bad to sit there and do an RPG speedrun these days because I'll be healthier. You draw studio speedrun. I don't even know what would be involved in that. Pokemon Yellow? Man, there's just so many good ones. We'll figure it out. There's so many good speedruns that I did that I would just love to grind it out again this year. I was thinking Ni no Kuni as well, but I don't know how many people like Ni no Kuni's a chill game to watch, but I don't think people would like it if it was like over and over and over. I think it would lose its luster. Also, the game is essentially just a giant boss rush. You don't fight any normal encounters pretty much. So it's definitely one of those like skillful dodging encounter games. But it really is just a boss rush to the end of the game. If I do Pokemon... Oh, I did. Yeah, I did. When I did my Pokemon Yellow speedruns, I did the Nidoking route, of course. I was practicing the Mount Moon manip and everything. How to go through Mount Moon without a encounter. That is way harder than it looks. Maybe Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I know that game pretty much just uses Flamingo the entire time, but it could be fun to like hop around in that game. It essentially turns into a platformer. The combat's kind of lame because Flamingo just like carries through the whole freaking game. Am I done with Inferno? If you're asking if I'm done streaming Inferno, for the most part, like once in a while I'll probably do a Kill League stream, but yeah, the hype has died down with Inferno for sure. I think I'm more inclined to stream Let It Die than Let It Die Inferno at this point. I still log in here and there and like sell some items, buy some stuff, but I'm waiting for them to continue patching the game before I return to it like normally, because they're still working on patches. Scarlet and Violet has a long end zone. Yeah, that end zone is pretty long. But that's a fun part. Like, there's a lot of stuff you gotta dodge there. I think there's a lot of fun little skips they do there, too. Any horror games I consider speedrunning? There's been a lot of horror games I've thought about speedruns of, but it just seems so unnatural for me to play horror games outside of October. I just like keeping that tradition. The thought of playing horror games in like November and December, or like even out like, you know, in the summer or spring, I don't know. I just really like the idea of playing my horror games in October only. Oh, they're live. Lots of coins. Graded raw junk silver. Because eBay really thinks that I want to see this right now. Little do they know that there's almost 400 people watching them fumble around with coins with their newly done nails. Oh, now they've left. Oh wait, there they are. What do they got? And they are really bad at showing what they want to sell. Final Fantasy X, right? Like, that's another speedrun that I really enjoyed. The cutscene remover was a cool way to experience it, too. This is a terrible song. Terrible song. I don't know why they thought that that instrument was good. And then there's Final Fantasy 13, a game I put literally hundreds of hours into trying to learn how to speedrun. But then when the time comes to actually speedrun it, like, I'm so just, like, burnt out. And then, like, you do the speedrun and so many things go wrong, and it's like, oh my god. I gotta spend another 50 hours practicing. 100 hours practicing. It's like, oh, man. 13 is no joke. And most people will never know what goes into those speedruns of that game. It looks like you're just hitting, like, auto attack the whole time, but it's like, oh my god, it's so crazy. Empty case is $25. Yeah, would depend on the console. Some cases people just need replacements of, and it's not easy to get authentic ones. We saw, you know, 20 GameCube cases for, or what was it? No, 40 GameCube cases for $80 earlier. So, you know, $2 a case. It's not terrible. 3 Crash games, cases and manuals only, no games. Darn. You know what game you all can speedrun, though? When it comes out? My RPG Maker game. Should try streaming that again. Might help put me back in the mood for working on it. Anything particular I'm looking for? No. I'm just always looking for interesting listings to share with people. Final Fantasy 9 runs? Yeah, I've looked into that in the past. I actually tried practicing it. At the time when I tried it, I just didn't like the ATB weight tricking. It wasn't really for me. But man, it could be a really cool way to play Final Fantasy 9 again. Yeah, I just wasn't really a fan of the mechanic. ATB weight tricking in general. Alright. As much fun as we've been having, I think I'm gonna get ready to end the stream here. Some of you know that I've been a bit more active these days in my sleep schedule and whole lifestyle change right now means that I am going to bed earlier these days. But I'm getting a lot more sleep, which is good. So yeah, we'll be back next stream, most likely tomorrow. We're going to finish up Jak and Daxter. I'll be streaming that on my main YouTube channel. Because finally the YouTube algorithm has been like picking up my streams and recommending them to people, so it makes a little more sense to stream on the main channel. Those streams though are you have to be there for them live on the main. Like if you're on Twitch, it's whatever. Same thing there as always. But if you're on YouTube, you have to be there live to catch them, because afterwards they're archived as a members video. Because I don't want them being published as a normal video. It's too destructive to the channel. It was cool to check the analytics and see that I actually got like a dozen new subscribers from streaming Jak and Daxter last night. So the algorithm is legit pushing my streams out to new people on YouTube, which is like awesome. It's finally doing something. So that's what we'll do. Finish Jak and Daxter. I don't know, like I might finish that sooner than intended, so I'll have some backup game that we'll play afterwards. I don't know what it'll be. Something. I'll pick something fun. But anyway, thank you everybody for hanging out. If you are new here, I do eBay streams every single Saturday. Every Saturday night. So be sure to subscribe. Make sure you turn on notifications on YouTube, because I literally just hit the go live button. There's no buffer. There's no schedule letting you know I'm about to go live. So like that notification will be a big deal on my YouTube streams. Other than that, you can do the Discord for notifications. You can join my Discord. You can follow me on X. I always post that I go live there. And that is about it. New video is out for members as well. New vlog video. Check that out. It's pinned on the top of chat. If you haven't seen that yet, if you joined. But yeah, I'll see you guys for Jak and Daxter. Looking forward to finishing that. And whatever else we got in store afterwards. Have a good night. Appreciate it. Thank you for the fun chats tonight.